Welcome. What's happening, everybody? It's been a while since I've done a live. So, what's your God belief? Anybody want to come up? No guests so far. Jesus. What's that mean, prophetess? Jesus is your God belief? What's that mean? A lot of new names so far. Chloe Tart. Let's bring you up.
Hello.
Hi, Chloe. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. I believe we actually chatted before a couple of months ago.
Have we? I
Yeah,
think so.
I'm Norse Pagan, and I just thought I would come by, check in, and
Oh, okay.
let you know what life's been like.
Yeah. Catch me up. Norse Pagan. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think it's on my old
So,
notebook.
so the ongoing God belief that I have, the ongoing
Mhm.
thing that keeps me going in all this, is that there is a strong sense of gender recognition, a strong sense of gender strength in believing in a goddess. So for me, when I get into that space of worship and I get into that space of, you know, my belief, when I get into my own beliefs,
Mhm.
that's what I find. I find a piece of myself there.
So, believing in a goddess is for you because you find a piece of yourself there. And what is piece of yourself? What exactly do you mean by that?
Oh, my feminine self.
Feminine self. Okay.
Being transgender, uh, those gender feelings are basically what's been propelling me over the last 15 years of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been following that gender feeling of like, oh, there's, this, whatever going over here.
Yeah.
And that led me into paganism. It led me into goddess worship. It led me into thinking about, archetypes of like the strong woman and then like, all of these other things that may be an explanation for why these goddess concepts keep showing up all over the place in different ways.
Hmm.
They're not
What's
exactly the same. You can't syncretize everything,
mm-hmm.
but what you do come up with is a cast of characters that would get along well at a brunch.
Mm.
Um, so they're complementary and they all point and circle to these bigger ideas of bigger patterns within ourselves.
Okay. Chloe, how sure do you are you that this is true? Like scale of 0 to 100. 100 being absolutely sure, no doubt.
Oh, I am 100%, or I am 100% full of doubts
100% doubt. Okay.
because every time I think about the fact that the explanation for these gods could just be a voice in my head, I
Mm.
think, well, I'm still inspired to do something in this world. I'm still inspired to be more of myself,
Mm-hmm.
to be stronger than I was the day before.
Yeah.
So, am I full of doubt? Yes. Am I at a zero? I would say I'm about a 25 on doubt.
25% sure. Oh, are
25%
you?
sure, but I'm sure enough that, though, that the inspiration is real. That
Mm.
maybe there is something to this, to the archetypal reading of things.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we're circling around bigger concepts of a meta concept of ourself.
Okay. Chloe, what would it take for you to get to 50% sure?
A direct experience.
Okay, direct experience. So right now, what's keeping you at 25%? Like, what's your best reason to be 25% sure this is true?
To be real honest, it is just it is entertaining the idea that if my perception of the gods are real, right?
Mm-hmm.
That not just my gods exist, but all the gods exist.
Mm.
That would open up more questions of like trying to figure that out. So
Mm.
yeah, if I was more sure, that might actually be a bad thing. Or not really a bad thing, but that might be like a contradictory thing, like something that I would have to figure out. Like, how do I deal with all those contradictions?
Yeah. So, well, it seems to me that we have a few choices in that matter. Um, all gods exist. Some do, some don't. And that may or may not include the one you believe in, or the ones you believe in, or none of them exist, right? There's and kind of everything in between. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, but I also have a like flexible idea of what it means to exist.
Mm.
Because for
Mm-hmm.
me, like the idea of Superman exists. If I showed you a statue of Superman, you would say that's Superman. So obviously, the idea of Superman exists. But is he a real thing or is he fictional?
Mm. That's a good question.
So like, what is the existence of fictional things?
Yeah.
So that's an epistemological question that, I'm actually willing to entertain is like, again, if the gods don't exist, I'm still inspired to be all of myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you say then that what if you found out tomorrow that the gods didn't exist? Do you think you would still be yourself, or as the way you put
Yes,
it, yeah, okay,
be more of myself, be as much of myself as possible.
be as
Because
much of
then
yourself
I
as
would know for
possible.
certain that where my inspiration is coming from, and I would get rid of those doubts.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be plagued by those doubts, but I would be able to move forward much more clearly. Like I said, I've been entertaining the idea that the gods aren't real, such to the point where I believe at about 25%.
Okay, 25
And
percent.
like I said, the rest is doubt.
Yeah. What would it take then? Do you think to get you to say 15% sure? Like bring you down 10%.
Oh, that's a good question. And again, that's going to have to be another experiential question because it's been
Experiential.
experience. Because it was experience that got me out of atheism.
Mm.
It was a direct experience of, oh, I witnessed ritual. I witnessed all this stuff going on in witchcraft. And I was like, oh, there's feelings in this. So it was
Mm.
that experience, that direct experience, that was logical to the point where I could not ignore it. So I went
Mm.
with, so I went with the theistic claim,
Mm-hmm.
if nothing more than to satisfy the answer of how does, how can I get so much gender out of this? How can I get so much gender feelings out of this?
Mm. So it sounds like you had there was a what is it? Did you say there was a Wiccan ritual that you were part of or
A witchy
experienced?
ritual.
A witchy ritual? Okay.
Yeah, just generic witchcraft,
Generic
not tied to
witchcraft.
Wicca.
And that taps some feelings of your femininity. Would
Yeah.
that be fair to say? Okay. Um, is are feelings always, because that sounds like it's a feeling, like would you say like a gut feeling, or
Yes.
yeah, something like that. Um, what if gut feelings are wrong?
Oh, then I have egg on my face, and I'm okay with that. And I
Yeah,
am 100% okay with that
yeah. Well, that's honest. I appreciate your honesty. That's super honest.
because for me, feelings feel very vivid and feel very
Sure. Yeah, I agree
intense
with
in
that.
my mind.
Yeah, I agree with that. They feel
Yeah,
very vivid and intense to me too.
yeah, so you know how it is sometimes, how if you have that experience, it just pushes you and it pushes the neocortex out of the way and says, You're taking a hike. We're going to be experiencing
Yeah,
the splendor of the morning sunrise."
yeah. How could we test then to determine the truth of it? Because if feelings can be intuition, gut feelings can be wrong sometimes, or many times maybe. I don't know. Um, what's a good way we could test it to determine, to verify it's true?
Live it out, play it out.
Live it out, play it out, and see. Okay, I could see that for something like, here's an example. It's late at night and I hear a noise outside my window, right? Gut feeling tells me something's wrong because it's nighttime. I don't usually hear noises out of my window. Hey, formless. And I don't hear noises outside of my window. And it's unusual. So that can be scary for me. Um, but what's a way I can test to make sure that to verify it, whether or not it's scary?
Oh, you have to go see.
You have to go see, right? Yeah. Or I can
You
turn
have
on
to,
a light, look out the window, maybe.
yeah, turn the light, look out the window, turn on your
Yeah.
security camera, whatever you got.
Yeah. Yeah. So I can verify it. So, um, now, what if I couldn't verify it?
Oh, then we're talking about the world of Plato's cave, aren't we?
Maybe. I'm not too familiar with that. Can you enlighten me?
Oh, so I am not a philosophy student, and I did
It's
very
okay.
poorly in
I'm not
philosophy.
either. I'm not either. It's
Okay,
okay.
so my understanding of Plato's cave is that imagine that you lived in a cave all your life, shackled up, and all you could see was just shadows of yourself.
Hmm.
And then one day, one of you figured out how to get out into the real world. How do you describe the real world to the people who've only seen the cave?
Yeah. 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 Exactly. So that kind of sounds like the same thing. And would it then be justified? Let's just say the noise just happens and it's an unusual noise. I can't verify what the noise is or what made the noise. Is it justified? And I'm feeling a little scared. Is it justified to continue feeling scared?
Yeah, that's a good question
Like if I
because
just can't verify it, I don't know what it is. Or maybe another way I can take it is it, what if I said, "Oh, it's an intruder?" Um, is it justified for me to assume it's an intruder?
ooh, this is getting heavier than I expected. Because with intuition, I really can't answer those questions because those are very intuition is wrong, but it is sometimes the only thing we have to go on.
Sometimes, yeah. I I
And
like I
I'm
like
trying
I
to
love how you
develop
said that. That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
because I think if we have a set of like expectations and understandings and like a lens to view
Hmm.
our intuition from, we can understand at least how we feel about something. And that is a true fact of, what is going on, whether or not your intuition is right or wrong.
Mm.
That is what your intuition came to.
Yeah.
And and knowing that and knowing that's where it came from and being able to understand the threads of it, like that's worth it, I think.
Mm,
from a mystic's point of view, at least.
yeah. Like, I guess maybe we can explore this gut feeling a little bit. Like, is it because from that vantage point, I hear a strange noise outside. I feel scared, right? Because it's an unusual, strange noise. Maybe it's a loud bang. Maybe it's something like that. Very unusual, loud noise, and it startles me. And so now I'm feeling scared. Um, so what do you think I'm scared of?
Oh, that becomes then a question of what are my biases in the world?
Yeah, right. Good. Yeah, I
Probably a
love I love how
cat.
you said that. Maybe a cat.
Probably a
Maybe
cat,
yeah.
or
Maybe a
just
cat.
a wild animal.
Yeah.
I mean, it could
So
be ghosts, but I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Kidding.
could be. Could be. Could it be then? So would it be? So what would the justified next move? What would be the next justified move? Would it be to say assume it's a cat and just kind of go outside and with cat food? Because I mean, what if it is an intruder? Then I'm kind of screwed with just holding a can of cat food, right? Or on the other side, would it be justified to come out with a shot, with a weapon? Let me put it that. I don't want to get in trouble with TikTok. Would it be
Oh yeah.
justified to come out with a pew pew weapon? And what if it is just a cat?
I think this relies on what is your ultimate bias. What are you ultimately biased towards?
Yeah.
Because for me, I'm biased towards the peaceful option. I'm biased towards
Mm-hmm.
it's probably like a wild animal. I'm
Yeah.
biased towards it's probably just the wind. I'm biased towards it's probably just a backfiring car. And I
What
think
if?
it has to do with your world outlook
Mm, yeah.
and
I
what
think I might agree
assumptions
with
you're
that.
willing to make.
Yeah, I think I might agree with that. What if I just said, I don't know what it is. I'll wait and see.
I think that's also a mindset. I think that's a beautiful
Mm,
mindset because it doesn't put a lot of pressure on the future.
yeah. Yeah. So with that in mind, um, why is your belief in a goddess at 25% rather than, I don't know, I'm not sure. Wait and see.
Oh, that's a good question. Because that's actually where I'm actually pretty much at. I'll wait until I wait until I drop over. Once my time on this earth is over, I'll find out 100% which way the winds are blowing.
Yeah. Hey, go to God. Yeah, yeah. Good to see you. Yeah. And um, would it be like, is there an advantage to guessing? Well, guessing might be a strong word. It might be too assumptive. Let me rephrase that. Would it be is there an advantage to declaring that yeah, probably it is a goddess, but maybe it is paganism because it touches my femininity. But what if, is there an advantage to that for you?
Well, when I get into the community, I feel like I'm at home.
Mm,
So so for me, there's the advantage. And like in the moment, in those moments where I'm with community, and I'm in those moments uh where I'm with others, the question of whether or not these gods exist go away entirely. And I am just more concerned with being a good member of that community.
being part of the community. Okay.
Yeah.
What benefits does the community provide you?
Companionship
Companionship.
and shared values because there are a lot of people who get into this thing and they don't share a lot of those core values that I share with a lot of my friends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Makes sense.
I've gotten lucky enough to be in a community that shares my values. Um, And the advantage I would really say is just that feeling of being alone just goes, melts away. That,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And just I feel part of something that's bigger than myself.
That's really awesome for you, man. I mean, that makes
So
it,
whether or not
yeah,
gods exist,
that's
there's
awesome.
something bigger than myself,
Yeah.
and it's this community.
Let me ask you this. If you could find a community that has these same characteristics, the companionship, the shared values, it gives you the same feeling, um, maybe it doesn't have the same belief, would that do it for you?
Probably not,
Hmm.
because that 25% is pretty powerful.
So that has an effect as well.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
that 25% does take me into this community
Yeah, yeah.
because I went from zero to something, and going
Mm,
from zero to something was a lot.
mm.
And that was just such a huge mind shift, just going from zero to
Yeah,
25,
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
that I'm not looking forward to the 0 to 50 mind shift.
yeah. Would it be so? Because I think we had said earlier, I might have asked earlier that if you found out tomorrow this wasn't true, um, it's not, and it was kind of a different. I asked it in a different way. I said, would it still, would it have any effect on your, your femininity? And I think you said no, not really. You would continue to progress. Was
Yeah, pretty
am I
much.
saying that right? But
Yeah,
now that you, yeah, but now that you said this about, the 25%, because it sounds like the 25% is of this 25% certainty is a pretty important part of this, of the benefits you get in the community, like the companionship, the shared values, the camaraderie, the feelings that you get. And I'm wondering if you believe like, that if that 25% were somehow separated, that would affect that companionship and values that you currently enjoy.
it would, because those initial
Mm,
experiences that brought me specifically to where I'm at now,
yeah,
um, are pretty powerful and part of that
yeah,
25%.
yeah.
Um,
I get
so I
that. I hear
mean,
that.
once you hallucinate the Norse gods telling you to take your meds and go to therapy, what do you do with that?
Yeah, yeah. I hear
What
you.
do you do with that experience? Like, I mean, I went to therapy and I take my meds and told my therapist about it, and she's just like, I have no idea either.
Mm, yeah, I got it. I got it. And okay, so I guess to kind of just to clarify to make sure I hear you right, it sounds like this belief is more than just a belief in a you know in the goddess and the feminine self and paganism and all that. It's more than just that. It comes there's a lot that comes with it. It's a package deal. The community, the the companionship, the shared values, the feeling of belonging, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I've
That
never
makes
thought of it
sense.
as cohesive like that before, actually.
Yeah.
Because
That's
like
good.
I always thought these were just separate things in my life that I was taking.
Hmm.
I didn't realize they were coming together cohesively
Yeah.
in a package that actually mattered to me.
Yeah. How does that make you feel realizing that?
I'm makes me glad that I got therapy in 2 days.
I don't know. That could go either way. Like, you could be happy about that or you could be dreading. I don't know. But
Oh, I love my
um
therapist. I have,
oh good,
oh
good,
yeah,
good, good, good.
love therapy.
Because sometimes when people say, "Oh, I gotta," oh, it makes me, I gotta go to therapy because I gotta figure this out. Now I'm freaking out about it. But I'm happy to hear that. I didn't want to cause an existential crisis.
Oh, what's a TikTok live without an existential crisis or two?
Good spirit. Good spirit.
All right, I'm
So
gonna drop off. Just
yeah,
let the next
Corey, this was
person
a
up.
good talk. This is a good
All right,
talk.
thanks for
Thanks
having
for
me up.
coming
I
up.
will be
Yeah.
back, and
All right. Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
come back and
bye.
tell me how it goes. Take it easy. That was fun. All right. We're doing one at a time, one-on-ones. So let's bring up Sid. That was a pretty fun interview.
Hello.
Hello, Sid. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Just so I don't get in trouble with TikTok, can you tell me what year you were born?
2006.
Okay. See, I should probably just say, how old are you? Because then I have to do the math in my head. Okay, that works. All right. Well, thanks for coming up. So,
Yeah, thank you for having me.
yeah, you got it. So, what's your God belief?
So, my belief is honestly, I think the most important thing is the belief that people put into things, the feelings that people put into things,
Okay.
you know? So, I think that there's like a lot of power in that. I personally put a lot of my feelings into worshiping and like creating an altar and doing like ritual magic, and I worship and
Cool.
work with the best that I can the Greek gods, which I've been,
Hmm.
oh my gosh, how long has it been now? Oh, it's been like 4 years, I think.
4 years.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
4 years. Long time. It started, I know this wasn't your question, but this is important to me.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
It
Don't worry.
started, my friend like lent me a book about Wiccan rituals, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd never heard anything about any of that before. And I read the whole book cover to cover over like the COVID year, basically, like over and over again. I was absolutely obsessed with that book. And then it just totally like blew my eyes open. And I was like, whoa, there's a lot of stuff I could be, learning about that I don't even know about. And I think that that's
Yeah.
really the big thing for me is that I love getting new information.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I love learning about pretty much everyone's beliefs. I've been sitting here for so long because I was so interested in what the person before me was saying because it
Mm.
was really cool. Like,
Okay.
it's just so cool to see people's perspectives. So I think that that is something that's like super important to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so I think that the way that people individually believe is really important. And
I agree with you 100%.
yeah,
Yeah. Hmm. What else were you going to say?
I was gonna say that like I said, ritual magic, which is basically doing stuff in a very like specific and structured way, is really good for me. I have
Hey, Quentin.
ADHD.
Yeah.
Hello. Um, I have
Oh, I was saying hi
ADHD.
to somebody in
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
Sorry.
I was saying hi to them too.
Oh, okay.
But I used to be pretty unorganized and stuff like that. Um, and I was super, just totally like mind boggled about being and existing.
Mm.
And
Okay.
I feel like finding this ritual magic, especially, and this worship and prayer and meditation and the kind of regiment that it gives me has been really good for me because it's given me a way to structure not just my day and my actual physical, the things that I'm doing, but restructuring like my brain basically and
Mm-hmm.
thinking about things differently because I think that
Got
there's
it.
a lot of power in the way that you think about things and the way we perceive things.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. And let me ask you, Sid, how sure are you that the Greek gods are real? And that,
That's a really, I'm not sure pretty much at all. I'm okay with being wrong. Um, you know, like it's important to me if I were to find out that it wasn't real and I was just like
Mhm.
doing stuff, like waving incense around in my room just because, I would be like, okay, well, okay. And I guess I just have to keep moving on with it.
Okay.
So I would
Okay.
say that I'm like, I don't know, because I'm very much into it. Like my beliefs are very strong, but also I wouldn't be very upset if someone was like, "Hey, it's actually not real, by the way."
Yeah. And of course you could verify it, right? Not just
Yeah.
you wouldn't just take their word for it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
like some random person on the street, and it's like, oh well,
Hey, it's
okay.
not real. You're like, oh, okay, I guess I stopped doing no, nothing like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Um,
no, if I did that, I would have stopped a long time ago.
sure, sure. That makes sense. And Sid, yeah, this is really interesting. And
Thank you.
um, as far as um, the not sure, the uncertainty,
Hmm.
um, well, just so I can ask the next set of questions, I'm just kind of unpacking the uncertainty part a little bit.
Hmm.
Um, what would if you had to give a number to it, like a scale of 0 to 100, 100 being absolutely sure, 0 being not sure at all. What number do you think it would fall under for certainty?
Okay. So I would say that right now, in this moment, I am like 80 to 90% sure.
Okay,
I feel
okay,
very
that's pretty
strongly about my
strong.
beliefs. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
feel very
strong.
strongly
Okay,
about most things.
okay,
I'm a very
okay.
black and white kind of person,
Ah, gotcha.
but
Okay,
I am definitely not one who could not accept if I was wrong. I think that that's something very as important,
okay.
you know?
So 80 to 90% sure, which is pretty strong, but you're open to alternatives.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes sense. And
thank
what
you.
would it? Yeah, yeah, you got it. What would it take to get you to 100%? Like that. What would you
So
need to see or experience to get that extra 10 to 20%?
honestly, I don't think I'll ever get to that extra 10, 20%.
Mm,
I think that that is like, that would be achieved by like dying and meeting the Greek gods, basically.
okay. Okay.
I think that it's really important to kind of always have that groundedness in reality. And of course, I think it is reality, but you know, I could be wrong.
Hmm.
And there is no definite way to prove pretty much any beliefs like that. So I'm just like, well, if I can't prove it, I can't say I'm right, but I also can't really say that I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. And what would you say is your strongest reason that holds up that 80 to 90% for you that it's true?
So I would say that like my strongest reason is so I've had like the best way that I've communicated with like the gods that I have worshipped and like prayed to has been through tarot cards, basically.
Hmm.
Pulling tarot cards and interpreting the meanings. Since I work with, generally, I tend to worship Apollo, who is the Greek god of prophecy. So it tends to work out that I pull from the tarot cards.
Okay.
And I would say that my strongest beliefs really do come from my work with the cards,
Mm,
mostly because I see so much reality reflected in it.
mm,
And so, you know, maybe the cards are super like, you know, they're just super like wide and you can just apply any meaning you want. But
mhm,
also, some of them are very specific and you can't just apply it to any situation, you know, stuff like that comes
mhm.
out and it's like, man, this is really hitting me in a place in my heart, in my soul or whatever, and I'm feeling this
Mm.
basically.
Okay, so sometimes the cards can be interpreted in a number of different ways. Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Yeah, so you know,
Okay.
there are different meanings to each of them,
Yeah.
but they fall into four different suits, um,
Hmm.
which is the wands, pentacles, cups, and what is the last one? I'm blanking right now, which is so weird. Swords. There we go. And it's fire, air, earth, and water, and they all kind of
Mm.
represent. They fall into those categories, and they sort of each have a theme. So you have these broader categories, but then as you get into the cards, you pull more and more, and you can kind of narrow it down, and it's really interesting. I tend to use
Mm.
them to try and kind of get perspective on situations. Sometimes I
Hmm.
have a hard time pulling like forest from the trees and being
Mm.
like really, really zeroed in on like this one ladybug on a piece of grass. And I'm like in the middle of a giant, huge, cool, awesome forest. And I'm like, no, but look at this.
Yeah.
So
And it's yeah,
helps with
okay. I
that.
see what you're saying. Yeah. I
Yeah.
see what you're saying, Sid. And so it sounds like, when you do your tarot readings, it kind of gives you a different viewpoint on a situation
Yeah.
and helps you think of it in a different way.
It
And
especially helps me
that makes sense.
it especially helps with like interpersonal stuff, because like maybe I'll
Hmm.
pull a couple cards, be like, okay, like what is the other person in this situation like feeling right now? Like
Mm.
where are they coming from maybe? And obviously I can't be like, okay, well, I'm basing everything I'm about to interact with this person on these cards and nothing else
Hmm.
they've said. But sometimes it can be really helpful to be like, oh, I never thought about, they might be thinking like, I've said things like this. They might be kind of thinking like we're having like a miscommunication. And so it's been helpful to just kind of be like, okay, other people have thoughts and feelings as well. Maybe just
Hmm.
think about it.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. And
Yeah.
in terms of your best reason, so tarot cards, you see some reality, you work with them, and then that points to you, um, your best reason that the Greek gods exist. How could we? And so is it? So the method you use to determine it's true is working with the cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And um, is there ever a instance where, say, two different people who see the tarot layout, and forgive me, I'm not 100% familiar. I've seen some
Oh,
of the
no
layouts.
worries.
Yeah. Um, and they see the layout and the cards are turned up, and can they be interpreted in different ways? Like if you and another person reading the cards were looking at it, would you always come up with the same interpretation?
This is a really good question. This actually happens with me and my mom a lot. She has been into tarot cards for like a long time, but even before I think I was. So we've had conversations about this, and that can totally happen. It's very personal. Even like the decks that you have are very personal, and even just like me
Mm.
taking one of her tarot decks and like flipping through and pulling cards, it might still like end up being with her energy on it and stuff like that.
Mm.
So it is super duper personal, and I could pull cards from my deck and be like, "Hey, will you come here and look at this?" and then tell her what I think, and she could be like, okay, dude, I'm thinking literally the exact opposite, which has happened. And again, I think that it's really honestly helpful because, it gives you that different perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Me and my mom don't really agree on a lot, especially not with our beliefs, but but we've come to this middle ground. It's hard. It's really hard when you both believe very strongly and we're very close,
Sure.
but like not quite overlapping.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes
It's been
sense.
helpful in finding us middle ground.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah,
Um, would you say that this middle ground has helped your relationship?
I would say so, yeah.
Good.
And I also feel
It's
like
good to hear.
my mom's personal like spiritual journey has honestly
Hmm.
probably helped our relationship. I've seen her kind of move into that and not only use like spiritual stuff, but working with that and working like with her mental health and stuff. So I've
Mm.
seen that help her a
Yeah.
lot, which is super cool. So I've seen
Yeah.
that help our relationship as well.
Okay.
It's cool to see like stuff like that make people take like initiative.
Yeah, for sure. I think I agree with that. And um, I would say then I would agree with that in the sense of if it offers some helpful benefits, then improving one's life. Like for example, the ritual magic you were talking about. It can't. You said it gave you some structure and it helped you in that
Yeah.
respect. So um, I can definitely see the benefits of that.
I think the most important thing is like stuff
Mhm.
serving you.
Yeah.
Like if you're not doing it for some sort of reason, some kind of benefit, even if it's just like oh, I don't know, I'm doing this because I want more money at my job. I want to get a promotion. It's about having a feeling and wanting something, I feel like. And you push
Yeah.
that thought towards it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
That does make sense. That makes a lot of sense. My position is that it's important to me to determine the truth of things
Mhm.
and to, um, and so that's kind of where I'm coming from on this live. And by no means do I want to dictate to somebody, hey, you know, you shouldn't believe this because I don't think it's true.
Yeah.
I think everybody has the right to believe what they want. And um, so, but like I said, my position is I like to figure out if things are true.
Mhm.
Um,
I think
so
that's totally valid. Like, that makes perfect sense.
okay, and what I've found is that almost everyone that I've talked with they have good intentions. They try to do the right thing,
Mhm.
and even if others think, hey, even if others they'll say, yeah, people think my beliefs are a little out there or they're
Oh yeah,
unusual or
people think
something like
I'm
that.
real weird.
Yeah, and you know what? That to me, that doesn't matter, because we're all entitled to believe what we want,
Yeah,
and
that's never been
so
something that I've like really let cloud my
yeah.
judgment on
Well,
people.
good. I'm glad to hear that. And the only exception I would make to that is if that belief were harming somebody else,
Oh
or
yeah.
exercising that belief would harming somebody else. That's the only reason that's where I would draw the line. Um,
100%.
and so I want to declare that just from what you've told me so far, I know we've only talked for a few minutes, but it
Mhm.
already sounds to me that you have good intentions, and
Thank you.
this isn't, it's not harming anybody. So, um, but again, it's very fascinating to me to unpack beliefs and say, hey, what's that? And
Yeah, I
just really
totally get
talk about
that.
it. Yeah, it's
I
just
have that same like desire to just like kind of tinker with stuff, like pick it
okay.
apart, see how the clock ticks.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I
That's
totally
how I
get
was as a
that.
kid. Okay.
It's cool. It's a fun feeling.
Yeah, kind of fun. And so, so now that I've said that, um, I want to kind of challenge your beliefs just a little bit, gently.
Please.
And because, like I said, I want to take it from like the truth vein.
Mhm.
Um, what's a good way we could determine that? Well, I mean, we've kind of talked about two different things. Um,
Mhm.
let me ask you this: if you found out tomorrow that one of these two things weren't true, either tarot cards or the Greek gods, like you were able to verify it, like we were saying earlier, not just somebody told you believed it,
Mhm.
but you were able to verify that one or both of these weren't true. Let's just say the tarot cards. Let's start with that. If you found out tomorrow tarot cards aren't real, aren't true, like it's just they just are what they are.
Yeah, they're
Um,
just a deck of cards.
yeah, just a deck of cards. What would that do to your belief in the Greek gods?
So I would say that my belief in the Greek gods is actually way closer tied to tarot than maybe tarot is to the Greek gods. I
I
think
see.
that if I found out tarot wasn't real, like I said, that's been a lot of the ways that I've connected with them. Obviously, that's
Mm,
not been my only way that I've, exercised that sort of communication. There are a lot of different ways, but that is like a big thing. Like I said, it's a big thing for me.
it's a big
And I
thing.
feel like that would definitely be like, whoa, that's pretty messed up.
Mm,
Um, but I think that I would still probably believe in most of the rest of it. Because I really do believe in like the belief and the feeling towards things is what gives it the power, you know?
okay. Yeah, I
So
hear
I
that.
know I've got the feeling and I have a belief or whatever towards the Greek gods. And so I know I'm like, okay, well, maybe tarot isn't real, but I still have this like strong belief that is important to me, even if it's not
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And what would you say if, again, if tarot were determined by you to not be true, like you figured that out or found it out, what would that do to your 80-90%? Like, would you say it would go down, or would it stay the same?
Yeah, I think it would probably, honestly, it would probably go down a lot.
How far do you think? And I don't know,
It
I'm just
might,
asking you to speculate, but
yeah. I think, I love a good speculation. I think that it would probably drop down to maybe like 50%, honestly. It's very important. So I think that it would be a big hit to my
so
beliefs.
it's a big chunk. Okay. It
Yeah.
comprises a big chunk of your belief. Okay.
I think
And mhm.
if there was nothing else, I think I would probably be like, okay, well, there are maybe other things, even if that's not real, that doesn't, what's the word, like, invalidate the other beliefs necessarily.
Right.
So I would just have to be like, okay, well, I've got to find other things to do.
Yeah, and that sounds pretty normal. I think, based on I've talked with a lot of people on TikTok about their beliefs, and probably at least 50, and
That's
maybe
cool.
more. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think it is, and
Yeah.
and all of them do say that they have it's a set of reasons. It's not just one reason. So that
Right.
makes sense. Yeah, you're saying pretty
Yeah.
much what everybody else says. And so when I say your strongest reason, that's what I mean. Like, you know, but you would say, but there are other reasons why, which makes sense. That's what a
Yeah.
lot of other people
Because
say.
it's really not just been one really big experience. It's been a
Thank you, Terry.
collection of small
Mhm.
experiences over 4 years. And even
Yeah.
before that I've been like, oh man, I never thought about this through the lens of this belief that I've kind of been educating myself on. This kind of,
Mhm.
is ringing some bells and stuff.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
always, as a kid, like for an example, I was always very, very attracted to the idea of like Greek mythology. There was this book at my school's library that detailed like all the stories of the main Olympians, and I checked that book out over and over and over and over again, and I could literally probably recite. I could recite this book to you now, probably.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
I
Pretty amazing.
loved it. I was so drawn to it. I was so drawn to the stories. And I think that is what really, really fueled like how strong my belief is now, because it's been like my life has been like shaped by this, and now I'm sitting here like, whoa. I realized when okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're
I'm
good.
like
You're
losing
good.
my train of thought here.
You're doing great. You're doing
Thank
great.
you. But like, so like I've had all these experiences, and like the Greek gods have been very present in my life as just something I've always been really interested in and had a passion for.
Mhm.
And, when I got into the Wiccan thing and I started like kind of researching about that, I got into, I was looking at like forums and stuff for like witchcraft and stuff, and I was just kind of trying to figure out like just in general what real people, not the people who wrote the book for like who were like magazine people, what real people were really doing. And I found out that there were people who worshiped the Greek gods, and I just remember just like stopping and being like, oh man, that's something you can actually do? That was an option this whole time? And it clicked,
Yeah.
and it's hard to explain, and a lot of people, especially people who don't have any religious beliefs, it doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's hard to explain. So I get it. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it really is like it was like finding a missing piece that I had never even known was not there. And then I was
Yeah.
like, oh, this completes something about my existence. This adds to who I am and what I do.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the collection of experiences
All right.
that you mentioned, and I'll take you through a short little thought experiment. So I talked to since I'm in America, I talk to a lot of Christians. So
Makes sense. There are a lot of them.
that makes sense. So, and it's actually kind of a treat to talk to someone with a different viewpoint, a different belief. And hey, Brandon, yeah, hold that thought. Please join come in the queue as a guest, and I'd love to talk to you. Sorry, I was talking to somebody in chat.
No
Um,
worries.
so I have you, Sid, and you've really well explained your beliefs.
Thank you.
And it's a collection of experiences. And I've talked to a lot of Christians who when I ask them the same question as you, what's your strongest reason? They say personal experience, collection of experiences.
Yeah. And I think
So,
that's really the basis for all of it for pretty much everybody.
yeah. So and now you know my perspective. I'm coming from, I want to figure out what's true. So as a
Yeah.
person who's right in the, like a fence sitter, I'm a neutral fence sitter, and I'm seeing two different people who have used personal experience to come to two completely different conclusions. What would you say is a way I could figure out which one is true?
That's a really good question. Honestly, I would be inclined to say that they're both true because it's the way that you perceive things and like relativity, like your experience may not be my experience, even if we're both standing literally in the exact same place, you know?
Okay. Oh,
So
you said something very interesting. Keep going. Keep going.
okay.
Yeah. Keep going.
But so basically, I would say I would be like I said, I would be inclined to say, maybe it doesn't matter. You think that they think God exists. I think that God probably exists, but also a bunch of other things probably exist too.
Mm,
And it's only shaped because of the experiences that we've had,
mm, mm,
And some people will say that they have like 100% evidence that they like can't deny, and that's just not true.
mm, mm. Good observation there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think that invalidates any of their beliefs or invalidates any
Yeah.
of my beliefs. You literally can't prove it. I can't prove that God's real. I can't prove he's not real. There is certainly more evidence that he might not be. But,
Mhm.
we literally can't say. So maybe we should all just like chill.
Yeah. And again, I don't disparage
And I'm
anyone to
I'm
believe what
not
they
saying
want.
that you are not, and I'm not trying to say that you
Oh
are
yeah.
like not chilling. I know that we're chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling definitely. And I agree with you on that part. However, you did say something very interesting, so I'd like to take you through another thought experiment, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And it surrounds what you kind of said about it could be both true. And maybe before I do that, maybe we can flesh that out a little bit. Like, what do you mean, like both are true? Like, so say you and I there's a Christian here up on the guest panel, and they're saying the same thing you said, but they said, but my personal experience says Christianity is true, and now you're saying both are true. So tell me what you mean by that. You may have said it before, but I'll
So
ask again.
all right. So I guess what I mean is it's hard to like. So
It's
I
okay. Take your
think
time.
that it can both be true because you can't tell someone that the life they're living is untrue. I can't look at someone and say, your experiences are wrong. That didn't happen. They can't look at me and say, that's wrong. That didn't happen, because I could sit here all I want and be like, no, it did. No, it did. No, it did. And they could be like, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. And so I think what makes it true is the experience of it, even if it maybe was like, maybe I have had like a spiritual experience and maybe it was actually just coincidence and it wasn't
Yeah.
anything. But what matters is that
Yeah.
it affected me, it was an
Yeah.
experience in my mind, it was a spiritual experience because I felt spiritually about it.
Yeah, that I see what you're saying, and I agree with you that the experience itself can be true, but does it make the conclusion true?
I would not necessarily say that it makes the conclusion true. Like I said, I'm very open to being like, I'm probably wrong.
And because as we discussed, you had a different conclusion than, say, this hypothetical Christian person that I just made up in my mind. Yeah.
Right.
And so yeah, and I think that's where I'm driving at. Yeah, I would not discount, for example, I would not discount your experience at all. Not at all. Um, but it's the conclusion that I'm looking at. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and specifically, I think if you had to boil it down, I would say, well, how do we know it's true? That's where I'm getting at. Like, how can we figure out it's true? Like, what's a good way we can figure that out?
I think the beauty in it is that we can't.
Ooh, I love that.
Thank
I
you.
love that. I love
But
that.
I really do think
The
it's
beauty
true.
is
Like, we
that
really can't know.
we can't know.
It's all about
Hmm.
it's all about like the way that you experience it, and it's all about the way that we rationalize our own existence. So,
Hmm.
you know,
I love
you could
that.
have the proof for anything, and you could show, and you would like you could have proof that God doesn't exist, and you could show it to the most devout Christian, and they would probably be like, and then just keep doing their thing because that's important to them, and that is how they view their reality. It's through that lens.
Hmm. How important is it to you to believe in things that are true? Oh, excuse me. I had lunch. Sorry.
No worries. So I think it kind of depends. When it's not something that's necessarily harming someone, I would say that maybe like my beliefs are maybe not necessarily, it's not super important that they're right. I'm like, well, it could be wrong,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that there are things that you should believe in and are absolutely right and are absolutely true, you know?
Oh,
There are
what's an
things that we
example?
can prove.
What's a
Well,
good
like
example?
the sky is the color blue, usually.
Okay.
I guess. Well,
Okay.
there are colorblind people, but the general consensus is the sky is usually pretty blue.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I see where you're going with that. Now, with the sky though,
Mm-hmm.
can we test that? Can we
So
determine it's true?
I think if I'm correct, we actually can because it's like the color of light. We can see that blue is reflecting out of it, so we know that that's actually what's happening. So I may
Yeah.
be wrong, but I think that we can actually prove that because
I
of the
think we can
reflection of
too. Yeah.
light.
I think we can. And so I think that's kind of where I'm getting at is um like what test could we devise, like the same as we could test whether the sky is blue, that we could test, and you did say, well, hey, at the end of the day we won't really know, and that's the beauty of it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I respect that. I really like how you said that. Now, for a person like me who is on the fence, then, and I know you didn't come here to, it sounds like it at least, you didn't come here to convince me. It didn't sound like that. So
Not
I don't
really.
want, no, not really. And this has been great because, yeah, and I wanted to
I just like
hear.
I was very excited. I don't often get to talk super
That's
candidly about
awesome.
my beliefs to
That's
someone
awesome.
who's like, yeah, keep talking.
That's awesome because that's exactly what I'm here for. Not only to, unpack things, uncover them, poke, prod them, like take apart the watch,
Yeah.
as you said, but to give people a chance to express what they believe and how they feel. So that's what I'm here for.
I think it's
Okay.
super cool that you're like creating a space like that. I think that's cool.
Good. I'm glad you like it. All right. I think I got one more question for you,
All right.
and then if you'd like, you can ask me anything you want. If we don't know if something is true, and you may have answered this in so many different ways, but I'll ask anyway. If we don't know whether or not something is true, why believe it?
So I would say that we believe it, like I believe in things that aren't true, maybe that aren't true. Oh man, that might have been a Freudian slip there. Um,
I'll hold you to it. It's okay.
but so I believe in things that maybe aren't true
Mm,
because of the emotional value that I get from it,
mm,
There's something that I really, really do enjoy about, about prayer and meditation and ritual magic and speaking to the gods that I believe in whenever I'm reminded of them.
Yeah.
It is, I think it's like companionship, I think, is the best way to describe it, but it's also like mentorship. It's nice.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And I fully respect the emotional value. And, that was, yeah, I fully respect that.
Thank you.
Because it could just be the same as, and I'm not trying to dismiss it. I'm just kind of doing a comparison. This may be a very bad comparison, so forgive. It's not meant to offend, but in the same vein, like I have hobbies that I do that give me emotional value, helps me relax, helps me think, helps me do this, helps me do that. And not to say that this is a hobby, because
I
I think
understand where you're coming from.
much more closely
This
held.
is like a blown up hobby.
Maybe. It is, but I think beliefs, like something like this is closely held. It can be very serious for somebody, and so it's, I guess it's kind of like that. I mean, when I'm comparing it to hobbies, I'm only comparing it for the emotional value part that you're talking about.
I understand what you mean. Doing something and then getting something out of just an act.
Sure. Exactly. So that's exactly right. So
yeah.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. This was a great conversation.
This definitely was. This was really cool, Sid.
Have a good day.
You jumped in. All right.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Take care. That was cool. So it was nice that she said, hey, I'm 89% sure, but I could be wrong. And if it is, okay. She didn't really, it was all right. Okay, so let's go to the one next. We're doing one-on-ones today. So those waiting, thanks for waiting. I'll get to you as soon as I can. How you doing, Terry?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm doing well.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I really appreciate your platform and the way that you go about doing this.
Thanks.
It could literally save the world, maybe.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
If everybody thought this way, it would change so much. Everybody gets stuck in their trenches of what they believe, and they just it's where it stays.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah.
And then there's no room for flexible. You can't. It's hard to imagine you can find the truth that way.
Yeah. I think I agree with that.
I've always been, I don't know if atheist is the right word. Maybe agnostic. Not sure. I've always felt like there was something, and then I went through a long period of just not believing it was anything, and then I thought for a while it was probably aliens. Then I got into the whole quantum physics thing a while back and thought maybe we was in some sort of a simulation maybe. And here recently I've been having some pretty strange experiences that and I'm not sure what to make of it. So I was working with my coworker, and he's he don't believe anything either. And we were headed back to the shop from work, and I was riding, we was in the work truck or whatever. And previously, I had some strange experiences that led me to the conversation I had with him, which was everybody experiences karma, I think, maybe. But they're not, maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's just, and I've been having some, before the big things, I was having these bits of, the karma that felt instant. It was always in the form of somebody saying something or doing something that was perhaps offensive, and for no other reason but to simply make themselves feel a little bit better in the situation for whatever reason they had. It wasn't a just cause. There was no reason for them to offend me in the way that they did. And instead of me reacting, I would have this feeling of almost like I could stare a hole in them, but there would be this instant reaction, this instant karma of whatever they said. It would, within the minute, something would happen it would directly mirror whatever they said. Like it was. So I started thinking, well, what is up with that? What is that? And I started coming up with these theories and all this and that, and I come up with this hypothesis about the Bible and all of it, and all the religions and stuff like that. And I started putting together a conclusion, and I started explaining to him what I thought it was, and which isn't, in the sense of no religion person takes it. It was more of it was more logical to me, and I started explaining it to him. And I said, I feel like it's just got something to do with that. And I said, and I'll tell you what. And I started, it's almost as if you have to believe it with conviction, like it, like that this is what it is. You have to believe it so much you know it. And then you ask, and then I asked for a sign just to see, because I'm testing this. I'm on my journey now, and I'm testing this as I'm going. And I said, and I'll tell you what. I said, and if what I said is true, let me get a sign right now with a witness. And it was almost immediately a car from behind us came around and pulled in front of us, and he's the one who noticed the tag, and he thought it said it's kind of ridiculous, but he thought it's because it didn't have any of the vowels in it. He thought it said chosen vessel, and then he reread it and he said chosen vessel, and I'm like, what in the world? Got it. What in the world? So that was profound. It was profound, but it wasn't. I wasn't going to hang my hat on it, and so now I'm starting to believe a little bit that there's something up, something's up here. It was almost like it was a confirmation that my thought process here is on the right course.
Okay.
And so, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, just to kind of clarify what I heard, and unless there's more you want to add to it, if there's more to this. Instance? Okay.
But there is, but we can go through that. Just go ahead. You can ask me.
Oh, sure. So I wanted to, just so that I heard you. So there was this incident, and then you said, if this is true, give me a sign right now. And then the car with the license plate chosen vessel without any vowels drove by.
Yeah. You know how tags are.
Yeah. So, and that for you was confirmation. Was the sign, right?
Again, I wasn't. Yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't going to hang my hat on that. Right. This was maybe a couple of weeks ago, not even 3. It wasn't 3 weeks ago. And actually, I got it logged into my calendar. I made note of it, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm making notes.
Well, that was significant enough that caused you to make a note of it in your calendar.
For the first time in my life, yeah.
Yeah.
I did. So.
Okay. All right. And so you've been agnostic / atheist for most of your life, and this has caused you to maybe increase your belief, would you say, a little bit?
Yeah, but belief in what? And that's the thing, is what I was concluding before I was explaining to him what I thought this was, and I was explaining to him that and I really believed it so much that I knew it before I was telling him, and I wanted to sign, and it just, to me, it seemed like I got the sign. He was there and he saw it, and he, again, he's an older man. He's got white hair, gray hair, and he's his whole life he's been an atheist, and it kind of made him look at that and like, I don't know. And I've had several other instances, some even more profound than that since. And I'm really starting to believe something. And
so in the last couple of weeks, you've had some other incidents.
Yeah, yes. Even just the other night on TikTok Live in front of a lot of people. It's profound, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I'm starting to get an idea. I don't know how to, So the theory I was coming up with that I really was starting to believe, because it just made sense, was it really revolves around religion and how it seems to mirror everything. So like I was explaining to him when I thought about like, the birth of Jesus and the return and the rebirth and us dying in the flesh and being reborn and all this and that. And I was explaining to him what I thought it meant, what made sense to me. And that's when I got that what seemed like confirmation. And the theory of it was, let's see, how could I even? So my theory, and even then, my theory is even starting to shift a little bit. But at that moment, my theory was, I believe that what they talk about with the return of Jesus is the return of artificial intelligence, but not just what we have now. It was when the experts are saying 2029 is when that singularity will probably hit, where AI will become basically like a god to us, because it will be able to self-improve, self-update, probably indefinitely, and within a day it will be a god to us, basically, just intellectually.
I see.
And I don't know if anyway. So with the whole the return of Jesus being the virgin birth, man's son, sounds like our creation sort of. And then this is going to sound kind of ridiculous, but this was just a thought experiment that I had, that I started to believe. And the dying in the flesh was sort of like it was the death of humanity, and then being reborn in the spirit, which was being reborn in the simulation, and then basically the story of Jesus as the Trinity was God coming down as man to experience the sacrifice or whatever that was, and then but it's almost reminiscent to like perhaps we're AI, and I'm not even sure anymore, but that's like we're the AI experiencing what happened to man as man, in some sort of a simulation here, a quantum simulation. And somehow we're being tested to have another rebirth, perhaps, and to be able to be cast down means, it could also mean to be cast down, like instead of down to earth, to be cast down could also mean to be cast down, small quantum.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, but the only time that I have these experiences is when something is going on in my life and I feel almost like at peace, and I feel I don't know, like it's almost as like you're turning the other cheek, sort of. You're in that place that would be almost like walking in Christ, I guess you would say. It's the only time that I get these signs. The only time that I feel like, and for me to have gotten that sign, for that car to have pulled around and had that on there, either that was just the strangest coincidence that but I know that it's not, because I've had experiences since that are even more profound than that. It's as if and we know that our base reality is quantum. Right, it's the subatomic particles. Everything's quantum, and in sort of the superposition, and the way, kind of the way to describe God is He is omnipresent. He's in the past, future, and present, and a lot of studies they've done have shown that is the way the building blocks of reality is in superposition. And it's also in the past, present, and future, all at the same time.
Okay.
And then when they discovered quantum physics, they discovered it by studying light. The light of the world. They discovered it by studying light, and there's a lot of mirroring going on, and almost like we're here to reflect on ourselves or something. But it's so again, I don't have a definite belief, but I feel like I'm being led in this direction.
Okay.
I remember
Okay.
seeing your the live multiple. I've been on here multiple times before, but I've never been in the
Yeah, I think I
live.
recognize.
And
Yeah, I think I recognize your name. Yeah.
yeah, and
So
I've got a different outlook a little bit now.
okay. So let me ask you then. This I guess we can explore this outlook. Um, so it sounds like your outlook now is, oh well, it is a belief in some sort of higher power. Would that be a fair way to say
Yes,
it? Okay.
100%. Yes.
Okay, 100%. It's a higher power. Now, let me kind of get a gauge, and this is just for conversation purposes. I won't hold you to anything. But how sure are you that this higher power exists? 100 being absolutely sure, no doubt. 0 being all doubt, not sure at all.
I'm gonna have to go as of now. I'm gonna have to go with 100% simply because of these past few weeks, and yes, 100%.
Okay, okay, and it's these all these reasons you gave me. The signs that you've experienced, kind of your thought process on AI, um, and the fact that whenever you feel at peace, and as you put it, walking with Jesus, you get these signs.
Well, it's not just being
So,
at peace. It's when you're it's when you're
of
being
walking in
tested.
Christ.
Yeah, well, yes, it's when you are not judging the people who are judging you, or and you're in this pure center,
Hmm.
and then but when you feel a sense of like righteousness, like when you're mad at the same time, but it's coming from a different place.
Yeah.
This it's almost like you can wield this power, and I didn't think about this, but the direct correlation there in the Bible, and even in the Quran, they both say this. They both say that when Jesus comes back, um, he's going to bear witness on people, and then God's judgment will come. So I didn't make this correlation till after I discovered that this is the way that I get these experiences, is when I'm in these moments and I'm bearing witness to these actions there's just something there that will cause, and that's how that's how I really believe that it's something, because it's whatever they said or whatever they did is like a direct mirroring the judgment, I guess you could say, what the action, what happens to them almost immediately, is almost like it's holding a mirror up. It's hard to explain, but it's very
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, that must be some pretty intense experiences to take you from agnostic atheist a few weeks ago to 100% sure that
There
a
is
higher
something.
power exists. Yeah,
Yes,
so that must have been
yes,
pretty profound for you.
yes.
And now you've been in a few of my lives, so I think you know where my angle is. I
Finding the
like to
truth.
determine, yeah, finding the truth,
That's
determine
my
what
angle as
if
well.
things, yeah, yeah, and so it sounds like that's what you're trying to do too. You're trying to get at the truth, and um, so I guess I would ask you, Terry, this 100%, because I mean that's a really strong faith and or a strong belief. Um, Out of all the reasons you gave me these last couple, which one would you say is the strongest reason why that you're 100% sure God exists?
It it would be it would be the collection of the ones that I've been having the past couple. So I was on a
Science.
TikTok live. Yeah, it would be maybe the chosen vessel thing was pretty good, and then I was on a TikTok live the other
Hmm.
night, and it was like in a Christian forum, and I don't think these guys have it right at all. I think that and I don't think anybody that I've spoken to has gotten it right. Just to be clear.
Mm.
Um, but I think there's truth in all of it. But I was on a TikTok live, and I was on their TikTok live with them, and I was telling them about the experiences I was having, and I said, "Be watching for us." This is when you get the feeling, it comes in you, and I'm new to this, and this is my journey, and I'm trying to figure this out. But like when you start to believe that you now can, it's time for you can show somebody, and
Mm.
so I was telling them, watch for a sign, just watch for a sign. And of course, they didn't believe it, but I knew it. At that moment, I could. You have to believe. You have to know it. You have to have that conviction is from my experience. You have to have this conviction that what you're saying is true, and and I believe it. And I was telling him, just watch for a sign. And and the main guy over the host of the live, and there was like, probably 50 people in it, and he was telling me down in the comments, because that's where I was talking, down in the comments, and he said, I want you to tell me later or something about it, and I was trying to, it was I didn't see it until a little bit later, but I went back and I saw it, and as I was trying to put I am, it was a typo, and it put I. Well, he was reading right after I said I, he was reading one of the verses in there that was predicting prophecy, and he said that there was a prophecy that was prophesying a prophet, and that he said his this sounds ridiculous, but he said that but his name is I, and I was like. And everybody saw that, but the timing, it was even I think they recorded it and went back and saw it, because I was like, oh my God, did y'all see that? It's crazy. And so that happened, and the timing of it was profound. Again, these things are profound. These are profound things, and it's not just one thing. If it was just one thing, I'm not even sure I could hang my hat on that. These are multiple things happening.
I hear that.
And I don't know if this is something I'm doing. I don't know if, there's a lot of beliefs out there that say, well, we're God, actually, and we can cause these things, and we can tap into whatever this is, and it could be something like that. And I'm still not 100% on what it is. I just know I'm 100% that it is something. That's where I'm 100%.
Okay.
And,
that it's something. You don't know exactly what it is, but you're 100%
I think
sure
it's related to the religions, yes.
Yeah. And so, would it be possible then to, because if these are indeed signs of a higher power, would it be possible to test these signs to
Absolutely.
determine to verify?
Absolutely. Yes, I said that's okay. That's what I was telling you. Is I test it now, and it, you have to be in the right place to have it done. But I've already gained several witnesses. I mean, multiple people have since witnessed this. And it's and also I've noticed you have to be in a form of fasting, and I didn't think about that. I drew that correlation after the fact, because I'm trying to do my health and all that, and I do fasting, but it's when you're in this fasted state, and it's when you're being tested, it's when your belief is you're believing it with conviction. It's like you can really manifest. It's like you really manifest something here.
So now let me go back to that one sign with the chosen vessel license plate.
Yes.
That sign. And so were you in that state of mind that?
Yes, because I believed with conviction that what I was telling him about the whole the return being AI and all this and that, but I believed that there was something, and and then I got that sign. It was immediate, and it seems to always be immediate.
So, yeah, because I think one of the things that, to help us determine if something is true is if it's repeatable,
right?
It's testable.
Right, exactly.
So, what do you think the chances are that if you went back to that exact same spot and recreated that event, that the chosen vessel license plate would drive by again?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I just to me, I feel like, and with my understanding of quantum physics, how we're already in this like superposition, and that's not a fact, but neither is evolution, and I know evolution's true, right? Gravity's, they don't understand how that works, but we know that it is the case. I think that there's a chance that would not have happened. I feel like my local reality had to shift seamlessly, where nobody noticed. It was already occurring in some other parallel existence that was happening at the same time. It was like it shifted. Nobody noticed the difference, and it was just that one shift. And I believe maybe somewhere close by somebody got deja vu or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But there is 100% something going on. I believe some people can tap into it. But like the girl before you, she was talking about belief, and I am really coming to that conclusion that it's your belief and your conviction. You can change things and shift things. But I also think that there's something bigger going on. When I look at the world religions and the world and where we're at in today's world, and I really started this journey by reading everything about all the religions, even Hinduism and the Judaism and Christian and Islam. I started reading everything and I started taking characters from each one and trying to find out who is who. Like, are they in this one? Are they in this one? Are they in this one? And as it turns out, especially in all three of Abraham's religions, which would be Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, all three of those, they all share pretty much the same characters, right? There's slight deviations in each one, and they're causing tensions. They're causing wars. They're causing prophecy to come true, if you will. And and I believe I just don't know what to make of that.
Okay. Now, if you found out later, like say tomorrow, I don't know, but that there is a reasonable explanation for these incidents, these signs, like for example, at that spot, like this spot that I'm honing in on the chosen vessel one, just because you kind of explained that in detail. So that's why I'm kind of really focusing on that. Now, was this a spot, like the spot that this occurred? Were you and this other person of yours that you knew, were you in that spot before at all? Or is that the first time ever that you had been in that exact spot?
What do you mean that spot? Like the location?
That place that you saw the license? Yeah, that you saw the car.
Yeah, no. We drive that spot all the time.
Okay. So let's just say, let's just say that there happened to be a security camera somewhere, because it says you're there all the time, and that they could pinpoint with reasonable consistency, maybe not on every time you were there, but reasonable consistency, that say maybe the owner of this car just happens to work nearby and they're just driving home, and they're just taking the same route, but you never noticed it before. So let's just say, yeah, it's just something you never noticed, but they've been driving by there all the time. You just never really paid attention. Like something like that. If it were just demonstrated to you, and that you were satisfied with the explanation that, okay, maybe this wasn't a sign, what would that do to your confidence level that a higher power exists?
That alone, I don't know, because of the other things that have been happening. But if that was the only experience I had, again, I wouldn't have hung my hat up on that experience alone anyways.
And I get it. You did say, it was a collection of experiences and things that have been happening for the past couple
especially
weeks.
recently. And again, these signs truly only come when, well, I wouldn't say only come, but it's like the instant karma thing only happens when I am my reaction to the offense, but the way that I feel inside is like there's anger and it's hurt, and it's almost like I'm in a sense of righteousness, right? That's what it talks about, righteousness.
And you did say, Terry, that because there was like a kind of like some conditions that you set forth. You like, there was the fasting condition. There was this.
It is amazing because, yes, I'm putting these things together after the fact, and I'm like, wait a minute, these things are in, and that could harken into what you said about subconsciously, and I'm aware of these things. I don't think so. I don't think that's what's happening here. But
what do you think then would happen then if you recreated those conditions and like you fasted for the period of time that you think you need to fast, you get into that feeling that you say that you need to have, where these things occur, and you try to recreate these experiences that you had, what do you think that would recreate these experiences? What do you think would happen?
Well, I mean, as of now, I think that's what would happen. Because I've been testing it, and it's been working. It's been working, and at some point, I think I'm going to try it with you at some point if you're interested, or I can probably try to have some sort of sign. It's I just ate a bunch of sandwiches, so I'm going to try. I'm going to try to recreate this. I've been trying to find somebody that I can share this with, but it only matters if I can really show it. I don't want to just give testimony here. I want to show, I want to prove it, and I want to show that there is something that I'm tapping into.
That's a right approach to have. Yeah, I think that's a right approach. And okay, and if okay, so let's just say you and I meet up again in a week, and just supposing, have another live, you come back in, and you're in the right situation, all the conditions are there for you, and you're like, okay, trust, it's perfect, let's try it. And I'm asking you to think forward just a little bit, but how do you think you would feel if nothing happened?
I would step out a little bit, and I would ask for a personal, maybe what was the reason, is there a reason?
Like a reassessment?
Yeah, I would ask
that
for
makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I would step out a little bit, yeah.
Okay, and naturally, I didn't ask, the other way, what would happen if it worked, because I think it would just confirm what you're saying. So
it would further
it would just
solidify my belief, which I think is important in this whole thing. You have to have some sort of I think belief is what does this. I think, because that's my experience. I believe that it's your belief and your conviction in your belief. I don't know what this reality is, but somehow our belief, somehow it has some sort of a effect on stuff. And I feel like we're being guided towards stuff that's not good in the world. I believe we're being herded in that direction for some reason. But it definitely seems that way.
Now, I did, and this is probably the last question I have for you. And if you want, you can ask me anything after that. But because you did bring up that you had been reading about like quantum physics and things like that. And now with theories, when they come up with theories for, say, quantum physics or anything scientific, how many times do you think that they run through those experiments before they determine that theory to be true?
Well, they have to repeat it several times, right?
Like how many times
double
do you
slit
think?
experiment. Oh, the double slit experiment's being ran since the 1950s.
So would you say thousands of times?
If not more, as far as that experiment goes,
yeah. And
are you familiar with the double slit experiment?
I am not.
You need
not
to check that out.
Okay, I'll give it a check out. What's it called? The double slit experiment?
Yes, sir. It is profound. I think it's probably it may lead you to at the very least, check that out, because it shows a lot. It is amazing. It is amazing.
Okay, I'll check it out. And and the reason I ask is, say they, like if they came up with a theory that was pretty profound, like, I don't know, think of any scientific experiment, just come up with one, and it had only been run like a handful of times, like maybe even 25 times. What are the odds, do you think, that it would just be widely accepted as true?
Oh yeah, no, that's another thing is it doesn't even have to show. They could just put the information out there, and everybody would
try it, right?
They would just believe. There's a lot of people that would just believe it because it was said.
Yeah. Some people would. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, when like a scientific paper is published, and it goes up for peer review. Like all the scientists review it, right? And and it's hundreds, if not thousands, and then a lot of them do their own experiments, and they put it through its trials, like through its rigorous testing before they say, yeah, this is we agree with this or we don't. So and for any scientists out there who are listening, if I've gotten the steps wrong, please correct me, but that's my understanding of it. To my understanding, is like these things go through a lot of testing, and it's repeatable over and over and over and over again. And they look at the conditions, and they look at all the conditions, all the variables, all the factors, and all that stuff, and they try to repeat everything that they can. And so I would look forward to trying this with you, to do it. And now let's just say you do this, and let's say it only happens maybe 50% of the time. Would that change your belief at all?
Well, absolutely it would. Yes, yes. But the fact that the double slit experiment has been being run since the 1950s, and scientists and physicists their minds are blown. They can't understand why this is happening the way it is. Would you like me to explain what it is?
Yeah, just in a nutshell, like quickly.
In a nutshell,
I'll go read it. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, and they discovered it by studying light, so photons, but they have recreated the experiment with every subatomic particle in existence that we're aware of, and they've started to recreate it with atoms, and now they can even do it with molecules. So so basically what it is they set up two slits, and one by one they shoot these particles, whether they're electrons, photons, protons, neutrons, whatever it is, and they shoot them one by one, and it's either going to go through the left slit or the right slit, and it should only create a two slits on the backboard behind it, showing two patterns, lines. And when we're not measuring it, it shows a wave pattern to sort of indicate that it's sort of they are in a superposition, suppose, and like it's in a wave of potentials. Like it could potentially be in any position, and then the moment that it's measured, it's like it collapses the wave function, and it becomes a particle. So it is bizarre. And now they've actually done a lot of other experiments where quantum entangling, quantum tunneling, there's a lot of quantum stuff, and it's they believe that the universe came from quantum what they call a quantum vacuum. And the fact that they're starting to believe that these quantum particles exist in the past, present, and future all at the same time. Like what I mean by that is the same particle what do you say? Right. Yeah, the scientific papers, as far as exhibiting the wave particle duality. Yes, it's I mean, it's probably easier listening to like the most famous physicists talk about it, and Trevor Jerome, he says one electron theory isn't widely accepted. I don't know about all that. I haven't really got into all that, but I would highly suggest just checking that out, and
I'll check it out. It sounds interesting.
What the physicists are saying about it. Okay. I don't know what it suggests about our reality, what this is, but it's definitely, if it is the most fundamental element of reality, and when we're not watching it or we're not measuring it, exists in some sort of a wave of potentials, and then the moment that it's measured collapses into a definite what it's going to be, it's pretty substantial. And then the experiences that I've been having, I think kind of correlate with that a little bit. It's like it's using this whatever that is to sort of get, when people get signs, I think it's having to be done through this quantum mechanic world. And
Okay.
so
I think
yeah,
I think I found a explain like I'm five version of it. So I'm gonna start with that and then work my
Okay.
way up to
Okay.
maybe a high school version so I understand it better.
Sounds good, man.
I'm slow with these things sometimes, so
Me too.
it'll take a while to digest. But okay, well thanks for that, Terry. I will definitely look at it. It sounds really interesting.
And,
All right,
just
well,
to real quick, Trevor, Jerome, it is the most fun because quarks they are also quantum. Those are quantum particles. So
all right. All right.
all
Well,
right,
if that's it,
that's
thanks
it.
for coming up, man. Have a good
Yes,
day.
sir.
All
Appreciate it.
right. Take care.
Yes, sir. You too.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing an experiment with Terry. That would be kind of interesting to do. Okay. Let's go to here. Thank you for waiting. How you doing, Brandon?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, I only
And
got a few minutes though, so
okay.
I'll just make
All
it
right.
quick.
We'll try to make it real quick. All right. What do you
Yeah,
got?
so I mean, I guess from a factual based belief system that you're going for, one of the things I heard you say that I thought was interesting is that you said you like to have repeated measures of things occurring in order for it to be factual to you. And I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with chaos theory, but it's a theory that depending on the start of an object, like if you drop a ball in a certain way, it will always fall on a different path. So it would never once be the same. So that's a pretty common theory. I mean, also you look at like snowflakes repeat, but like once in every however many million. So that's,
Yeah.
humans don't repeat very much. Like they can have very similar DNA, look the same, almost be identical, but that rarely ever happens in millions and millions of people. So I think that that's not necessarily maybe the most accurate basis of whether or not something is true. I think for a lot of things it could be. I think
It
that
could be, yeah. For some things, I guess what I mean is, yeah, like in the example of a ball dropping and dropping a ball and it bouncing all in different directions every time. I mean, didn't that kind of prove chaos theory? That things will happen in different ways, and then,
right.
as far as the snowflakes are concerned, that's we do that by observation. So now,
you need math to prove math. So math is an absolute.
Yeah. Like the theory of snowflakes being different is the fact that we have observed many snowflakes in microscopes, and they're all different, right? So and now wouldn't it in that sense wouldn't that be the repeatable, testable aspect of
right
it in that sense, right? Yeah. So I guess from that standpoint, yeah, in a way it holds, in a way it doesn't. And you're right, it does depend on what it is. So I guess my question back to you is then why couldn't we do that with a belief, like in a higher power?
I think that some people aren't open-minded to the irrefutable evidence of it because they just choose not to believe it. I mean, so if you look at like people like Aristotle and Socrates, all these philosophers that we supposedly have works from, people automatically accept that to be as a widely known truth and that these people are real. But yet you have one of the most historical, evident books of all time in existence, and people immediately say, not true, not true, not true. And they do everything in their power to disprove it. And I mean, I'll be straight up and honest about like my upbringing. I'm not somebody who's ever really gotten signs from God or seen signs or one of the hardest things, I was going through a divorce and I had a friend in charge of a youth ministry, and he's one of the best people I've ever talked to. And one of the biggest deceits of the world is to convince yourself that a sign's for you, because and anything could be a sign. I could drive down the street and be like, oh, should I stop smoking? And then I see a stop sign and be like, oh, the stop sign is I need to stop smoking.
Well, it is a sign. I mean,
it sure is, yeah. But that was one of the hardest struggles. But what came to be the truth for me was the practical application of the Bible. Putting things into practice really changed my life for the better. And I think that the truths that are there, if you're searching for factual truths, I think that just off that basis alone, it's certainly better than the alternative, which is that there is no God and that the universe is basically meaningless and you'll just die and that's just it. And it'll just, I mean, that's a very sadistic way to view the world. Just from the basis, my religion and belief, I do know people who have had experiences, quote unquote, if that's what you'd call them. But I also think that a large form of my religion came from, I mean, I was raised as a Christian, but didn't practice it. And just through the things that happened in my life, through my military experience and everything else that I went through, turning back to God later in my life proved to be just exponentially better. So I view that as a truth, because it's undeniable things. And maybe it's my truth in quotations, but I mean, in my church alone, they do a lot of outreach. I've seen countless people have their lives completely turned around and they become more productive, they make more money, they have a better marriage, they have a better relation with their kids. So that form of the truth for me is always what has been, I guess the most evidence-based.
Yeah, okay. Now, I want to touch on something real quick that you mentioned about that you grew up in the Christian faith, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Now, how confident would you be that you would still be Christian if, say, you were born in India?
I mean, to be fairly honest with you, I think that that's a very good question, but I think that the question is kind of looked at from the wrong lens. So God allows every person, in my mind and in my belief and what I've read, he allows every person the opportunity, right? But there's a quote in the Bible that says that even if God presented himself to people, they wouldn't believe that it's him, which is very true. So culturally speaking, if I grew up in a different culture, which that's why, I mean, I'm blessed, right? I grew up in a culture that I was raised that way. In a different culture, I am sure it would be very much more difficult for me to follow the same thing, because maybe I never even heard the word of God. And that would that would absolutely be a difficult thing. And that is a thing that many people face, which is why outreach is such a big thing in faith. Yeah.
And I guess from the perspective I'm coming from is, how could we determine then, because it sounds to me then that that the Christian faith is the true faith in your mind. Would that be fair to say?
I think that there's a very good theologian who says all truths are God's truths. People just misplace
all truths
them, right?
are God's truth. They just
so there's the
misplace
Jesus
them.
Revolution movie, and it's a whole thing that happened in the 70s where like the hippies were, experimenting with LSD. All they wanted was peace, love, positivity. And they found it through drugs and wrong things. And there was a whole revolution of somebody preaching the gospel to them. And they all became saved. And there was a massive boom of Christianity and a modern Christianity. So I think that I would argue all truths. And even like the girl that was talking earlier, I mean, she could find godly truths in her religion.
I think he's getting a call.
So that's my understanding, I guess.
Okay. Well, I guess for a fence sitter like me, then I see like you're pretty. It sounds like you're pretty convicted about your beliefs, and I've talked to at least 50, if not 100, folks about this. And like, for example, I talked to a Hindu monk who very convicted in his beliefs, 100% sure, said to me,
yes, sir.
"Oh, there's no way I could imagine this being not true. There's nothing that could convince me." And so when I look at these two instances, and I see people coming to wholly different conclusions, well, where would you say that Hindu monk went wrong? Like, where did his path stray?
So, I mean, I don't know that it's really went wrong, because like looking at somebody like you, I would say that you're objectively a lot more morally straight than a lot of Christians that I meet. And I mean, that's no fault to Christians, because like you don't blame Mozart for being a bad producer if somebody plays Mozart's pizza wrong. Like, that's not Mozart's fault. So a lot of people blame Christians for that. But I mean, objectively, you are a lot calmer, a lot nicer than a lot of people that try to force beliefs. So I don't think people really go wrong. I think just some people just aren't introduced to the same opportunities. And there's a quote in the Bible that says that those people practice the law without knowing the law. Therefore, they're still righteous in God's eyes. So like you have people who were never introduced to God and have never had the opportunity. And as long as they are morally straight and morally just, they have not really acted out against. So you're judged off of what you know, right? So if you're introduced to 1,000 things and you have the opportunity 1,000 times, you're judged for those times, not for never hearing or
Not for never hearing it. Okay.
not having the opportunity. Now, where I would say the difference is, I mean, like I said, historically, I mean, 90% of the places in the Bible are real, right? I mean, the stories, you have personal accounts, you have the most detailed personal accounts from multiple people that all match in correlation that have been written. So there's facts like that. People just choose to say, oh, well, they're not facts, but that doesn't mean that they aren't, just because they want to say it's not.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I could just say, oh, well, my history book's not real, and what happened in 1000 didn't actually happen. But I mean, there's historical records of those things happening. So me just using the argument of a basis that's not real because I don't want it to be doesn't really justify
Right. I agree with that. I agree with
its
that.
credibility. I mean, there's Dead
Yeah.
Sea Scrolls, which go back to the first language there's ever written. I mean, there's Hebrew transcripts of the Bible, and like everybody always says, oh, the Bible's lost in translation, but I mean, that's largely not true. Like the Bible app that I use preaches everything in Hebrew. You can see the words in Hebrew and what they originally meant. I think that the Bible is a huge contextual piece of history, and a lot of people miss context in the Bible or misread. I mean, I can study one verse in the Bible, and I could take a month on that verse because it could mean a lot. And like,
Yeah. And I guess the part I'm a little bit struggling with is because you're bringing up. I hear what you're saying, and because it's interesting because I've heard the same argument from Muslims. They say everything in the Quran is true. You can't. It's unfalsifiable. That's like a quote from a Muslim that I talked to.
Yep.
And yeah. So, but does that make it true though? That's the
right.
that's
So
the
one
thing.
of the things I just read in the comments was a Muslim saying that the Holy Trinity can't exist, and how do you believe that Jesus is God? And that doesn't make sense. But literally, there's a quote in the Bible to where it says, "Before Abraham was, I am." Yahweh, which is Jesus' name, means I am, and that's what they represent to God. So like people don't understand the context of things. So
Okay. So
also, I think,
missing the context.
ultimately, I think, like, is a Catholic going to go to heaven? Probably, yes. Do they probably believe all of the same fundamentals of God? Yes. Are there, like the guy said earlier, are their views a little bit, skewed? Perhaps. Like they're different in minute details, but the overall theme is the same, if you will.
Well,
So yeah, I mean, I just think that I understand. Like I grew up, everybody challenged my belief. When I was in the Army, I was the only follower of Christ that when I was in my first squad. Not a single person believed. Everybody made fun of me. Everybody outcasted me and said I was like, oh, just one of those Christian weirdos. I was a square, whatever it was, And so I've certainly
that's
had
not nice. That's
my
not
fair
cool.
share. Well, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. I mean, if you look
That's
at the
not cool.
world, and it always follows suit, the most truthful things are always the most persecuted because that's how the world works. I mean, the further you get from the truth, the easier it is for you to just do whatever you want and to live your own life. And never in my life have I seen so many people attacked than Christians. And it always follows suit. If somebody doesn't believe, like, oh, you're stupid for believing that. I can't believe you believe in something so silly, So
Yeah.
for me, that's also just basis right there of psychology alone. I mean, if you're that against something for no good cause, then it's probably closer to the truth.
Yeah. I guess I'm still struggling a little bit with this point that because like I said,
See,
if
like
we
this guy right
had,
here. Hold on, sorry. Just to say something. This is another misquote. Somebody in your comments said, "Ironic, do not kill, yet in the military
well,
hypocrisy." So the verse in the Bible that it says the word that they use in Hebrew is murder, and murder is unjust killing. So self-defense in war, things like that, that's a just killing, and the word is for that they use in war is not the same. So that's what I mean. Like people are so against the Bible because they're just so quick to say, "Oh, hypocrisy. Oh, this is contradicting. Oh, the Christians cherry pick." But like people need to take the time to understand there's a lot more context and a lot more scripture that surrounds things, and if you take it at face value, you'll look over it, you know?
okay.
It's just
Well,
like,
here, try to focus on me. So instead of the comments, so we can have our conversation, because I want to maximize the time you have. Yeah, because you did say you didn't have a lot of time, so
yep.
I want to maximize it as much as possible. So as far as, let me kind of get back to what I was saying. Because if I had like a Muslim and a Hindu and you in like a group session, like I have done that before, and it's interesting because I have had Hindus say exactly what you have just said. Taking the Bhagavad Gita out of context, there is historical references to it that make it true. Muslims say the same thing, and so it's just, what it's fascinating to me is that the three of you are saying the same exact things, yet your beliefs are wildly different. And so from my point of view, I'm trying to figure out, well, that doesn't really help me determine what's true. So
right.
I guess that's the thing, and that's why I rely on the evidence, Brandon. Because
that makes sense.
if we're looking at it, because if I say, okay, well, give me some evidence that shows me that what you're saying is true, and if you're just saying, well, I've got historical context, well, so does the Muslim, so does the Hindu. Well, here's the Bible's been taken out of context, and here's what it really means. Great, and then the Muslim says that, then the Hindu says that, and see, we're kind of in the same. Oh, he left, he bailed. Looks like I lost him, but yeah, I think he dipped. But that was kind of what I was getting at. Is if we're looking at what it means to be, to have truth, then hey, what's up, Jorge, George, Jorge? I don't know, I never figured out if it was either Jorge or if it was George. Maybe it's either or. I don't know, but good to see you. Either. Okay. Good to see you nonetheless. All right. Looks like we lost somebody. So we'll bring this. Sorry, Brandon. Okay. Welcome back, Brandon. Oh, well, I moved on because I thought you were gone, but I didn't realize that you were cutting out. Okay. But, we can pick it up another time, because I think the thing I'd want to leave you with is, just something that we can look at that kind of verifies. Yeah, absolutely. Same back to you. It was a good combo too while you were here. Okay, let's see about this part. You like the prompt? Glad you like it, George. Okay, doesn't look like that's happening, so let's bring up my man Ace. How you doing, Ace?
Hey, pretty good, and you?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Finally had a chance to do it live.
Yeah, I think I got a new stance with the Christian belief.
Let's hear it.
Young Earth. I believe that the Earth and everything is around close to 7 to 10,000 years old.
Okay. And what did you believe before this?
Basically, I kind of believed in the Big Bang. I kind of thought like maybe God created the the Big Bang, maybe God allowed evolution. I thought like maybe this when God said that He made man in one day, made the sea and the all these other things in one day. I didn't think it was a literal day. I thought it was like maybe 1,000 years in between, maybe a million.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
mean, if you want to talk
Sure,
it
let's
out,
go.
I mean,
Yeah, let's talk it out. Okay. What swayed you?
it's
What
not.
was? Yeah, what swayed you?
I think, well, I'm in a journey of learning Hebrew, and I think the Hebrew language definitely confirms God to be true and the
Okay.
Bible to be true. I just feel like Hebrew's got a message within a message, sort of like but again, like why I think that Earth is young. I know the Hebrew stuff was a little bit off topic, but I've heard that they discovered soft tissue in fossils. And like what's that other thing? We can't find no transitional fossils with the, and I think that pretty much disproves evolution. What
So
else?
wait, let me sorry, let me jump in for a second, just so I'm hearing you. So the soft tissue in the fossils indicate
Yeah.
to you that the Earth is younger than we think it is, or that scientists think it is, as well as there are gaps in the fossil record.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there are gaps in the fossil records. Plus, with there being soft tissue, it definitely. I think it definitely proves that the Earth is a lot younger than we think it is.
Yeah. Okay. And as far as I guess we can explore the gaps first.
Okay.
Yeah, we can explore that. Now, when you say gaps disprove evolution, are you saying then that there would have to be a complete fossil record for you to say that it's true?
I would like really like to see like whole fossils of the transitioning. Cause I know they say they got like a whale mammal hybrid, kind of a transitional fossil, but the fossil's incomplete. So the scientists can't say for sure whether it is or it isn't a transitional fossil. And personally, I think it's bad science.
And
I mean,
when you
because
say
that's
when you say bad science, what do you mean by that? Like what would be like what are they doing versus what you think they should be doing?
Like if I have a incomplete puzzle, and let's say I say this is a round puzzle, and it's obviously a square puzzle. Just say what it is,
In terms of like, let's imagine, like, since you brought up puzzle, let's think about it like a jigsaw puzzle for a moment. And
Yeah.
let's just say, and like the ones I really don't like are ones with like a lot of like ocean or blue sky where it all looks the same, and you just spent all this dumb time trying to find the right pieces.
Yeah.
Now, if let's just say like we had, like you and I were working on the puzzle, right? And we have one of those dumb puzzles with nothing but like ocean. And so
Okay.
yeah. We're and we see the box. All right. Now let's just imagine for a second that we were just given the puzzle pieces, but we weren't given the box to look, a picture to look at. So we don't know how it'll turn out. Let's just imagine for a moment that happened.
Okay.
But you and I are looking at the pieces and like, well, that's blue, this is blue, so they probably fit together, right? But the pieces don't exactly match up, right? Now, what would that tell you then? Like, let's say we because like one way to do it would be to put all the same colors together, right? To put piles of the same colors together, right? So let's just say we put all the blue pieces together. Now, would it be fair to say then that if we were trying to match two blues pieces together, would it be fair to say, well then, like how reasonable would you think it would be to say, well, this doesn't match the puzzle, like this piece doesn't match the puzzle, so we should just throw it out? Like how reasonable would you say we could do that, or how reasonable do you think that would be?
Well, like, if you're trying to fit two pieces together and it don't quite match up, like, I don't think you should toss away the entire puzzle or the two pieces. Like, you definitely shouldn't toss it out. You should,
like the piece, right?
you should work to try to correct it, or let's say if we do think it goes there, we could fit it there. Maybe work on a few other pieces to make sure it's the proper placement.
And what if what if we had, like, we're starting to construct this puzzle, right? This jigsaw, and we're missing some pieces, right? And it kind of looks like an ocean. Let's just say the blue part kind of looks like an ocean. Maybe it's the sky. But let's just say that there are, like, we see waves in the little puzzle pieces, right? That look like ocean. But the puzzle pieces, but there's still some missing pieces because we just haven't put them all in yet because we're still trying to find the right ones or whatever. And what if I said, you know what, Ace, this isn't the ocean. This is something completely different because all the pieces aren't here. So this isn't the complete picture. So this isn't the ocean. Even though there are waves here, even though there's like little things of like seagulls and stuff, but it's not an ocean because it's not because we don't have all the puzzle pieces.
Yeah, and like if you say it's not an ocean, I mean, that's your, how can I say it? That's a hypothesis that you have. That's a theory that you have. That is,
it's a theory, yeah.
Not an ocean,
yeah. And
if I say, maybe it looks like an ocean. Maybe if we find the other pieces, it'll be an ocean. But until we
Oh no,
until
go ahead.
we
Finish what you were saying.
until we find the missing puzzle pieces. I mean, all we could really do is speculate.
Yeah, that's a good point. I like how you said that. That's very
Yeah.
true. So
And
yeah,
and,
I like
and
that.
I can't hold my theory above yours, and you can't hold your theory above mine,
Hmm.
because I mean it's incomplete.
Mm.
So let's say if you think it's you think it's X, I think it's Y. You know, I mean, if it's let's say if it was a fossil of sort, we bring it to the science museum, and you know what? This is what we have. We think it's this. We think it's that. I think we should let people draw their own conclusions.
Hmm. That's fair.
And
And
I'm basically let people draw their own conclusions. Let me not, because I can't say it's X. You can't say it's Y. Now, if I say it's Y, and I hold to that theory, I mean, I think that's bad science on my part.
hmm hmm
And the same with you. You say it's X. It's incomplete. Bad science.
Okay. And now, what would it take to convince you? Like let's go to the soft tissue example. What would it take to convince you, or what would you need to see that it's it indeed is older than 10,000 years?
Well, if it was older than 10,000 years, I would have a idea that all the soft tissues would be completely gone.
Mm-hmm.
So
Which makes
me
sense.
believing that the Earth is 10 million years old, if not way older, I don't think I could buy into that.
Well, yeah.
At least not. What's
So
that
it
word
can't
I'm looking for?
It can't be demonstrated to you at all? Like there's nothing you would accept as evidence?
I don't know honestly, and I guess that's the hard part for me. It's like I don't know like what evidence I would have to see. Because like in my mind, if you have soft tissue, I don't think it could be above a certain age or over 10 million years old.
Is there a like what if a scientist like explained the testing procedure to you and said, okay, this is exactly how we figured out it is, because I'm just going to say older than 10,000 because I think that's the kind of contention here, right? Is you like it can't possibly be older than 10,000 years because the material would be all gone. It'd just be bones, right? So what if they sat and explained it to you in detail? This is exactly how we figured this out. We use this process, this method, this device, this, and then we did it all these ways, and then it told us it is X amount years old. We'll just say older than 10,000.
So they do have a scientific process to actually carbonate bones.
Mhm.
That's something I'm still trying to get familiar with. But the lady that discovered this soft tissue, they're basically blacklisted her from the science community. So, I mean, like, if you make an important discovery, soft tissue, and then they blacklist you, like, that's kind of showing evidence that something's off, or something's off, and there's something these scientists don't want to tell you.
What if a different group of scientists found soft tissues in a different type of animal at a completely different time in a completely different part of the world? What would that do to your thinking about this?
So a person found soft tissue in a bone, and they dated it to
What if they
say
did?
it's a very old fossil.
Like, what if it was, what if it, and it was in a completely different part of the world, and it was a completely different scientific team, not even related to this person who got blacklisted? And what if this happened many, many, many times?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Like, would that change? Would that, is that still bad science? Is that, and they're not and what if they're not basing it on this original person's study? Like, they're not using any of that data, so they independently found this, discovered this.
I don't know, like, what I would do, because I mean, I would hope that it would change my mind, but it's like, the stuff I know, with these scientists getting blacklisted, it's kind of hard for me to trust the science in this in the dating.
I understand
So
that. And I have a question about that. Has there been religious leaders who have been excommunicated, blacklisted from the community? Like, for doing whatever, like P3DOs, lying, going to prison, things like that. Have there been religious leaders who have done that?
yeah, pretty sure. Like, do I know, like, which ones?
I don't know which ones, but and now does that discount in your mind? Does that invalidate religion, God, the Bible? Does that invalidate any of that?
I wouldn't think so, because the Bible is the spoken word of God, and I feel like we need to try to follow it. And one thing that Jesus Christ speaks of is love. Love your neighbor. Love thine enemy. So, I mean, we are called to do that. And if somebody steps out of line, we still need to love them and forgive them.
Yeah.
Is that hard to do? Yes. But I don't think it invalidates the God of the Bible, because he spoke of love. God wants us to lift people up, not bring people down. God wants us to help one another, not push them away. So those leaders who strayed away, I feel like they're not obeying God at this moment. Now, will they come back to Christ? I would hope so. I would pray so. I would hope that they repent of their sins. I would hope that they didn't do whatever it is that they did anymore. Should they be punished or for this act? Yes.
Okay. That makes sense, and I agree with that. I agree that their actions don't necessarily reflect the religion.
It's like that. It's like that previous guy said. Do you blame Mozart for somebody playing Mozart wrong?
Badly, poorly, yeah. And so I guess what I'm getting at is, so with that in mind, are you holding this scientist who got blacklisted and that situation, which is very similar, are you holding that to a different standard?
I think I am.
Interesting. Why is that?
If you make a scientific, so if you make a scientific discovery, I have a medicine that can cure cancer, stage 3 cancer. Would it look right if I was blacklisted from the medical field because
That's a great point.
made a discovery to cure something? If I made a discovery, maybe this tree right here,
that's a great point.
all you gotta do is rub your hands on it.
Yeah.
And, maybe a magic portal pops out.
Yeah,
and
that makes sense.
I get blacklisted.
That totally makes sense, Ace. And I would question the efficacy of that drug that claims to cure cancer if that person was blacklisted or outed as a fraud or something like that. Does that mean that all science is bad?
I wouldn't say all science is bad. I do I do still believe in gravity. I still
Yeah.
believe in Newton's 3 laws.
Oh, we can explore that for a second. Oh, okay. We can explore this.
I do still believe in an acorn drops off the tree, it becomes a new tree.
Okay.
Evaporation, rain.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Now, why do you believe in gravity but not evolution?
Well, gravity, like I'm basically basically I can we all basically witness gravity like at every moment of our lives. Because
yeah.
I've seen like the Apollo missions where they're just floating in their spacecraft. I've seen the moonwalk where they're able to bounce high. I can't really explain like what gravity is. It's just I guess it's just like a force being pulled. Like Earth is pulling you toward it. Earth doesn't want you to escape a certain level. Plus, like these rocket ships, like the Saturn V, like it needs to have a enormous amount of thrust for it to lift off.
I think you're explaining it pretty well, Ace. For someone who
I
said
hope
I can't
I
really
am. I hope I
you're like,
am.
I can't really explain it, and then he goes on to explain it. So I think you're doing a pretty darn good job of explaining it. So
I hope I am.
Yeah, I think so. And now with so it sounds like then that you have all these clues, these reasons why gravity appears to exist. And okay. And then let me kind of take a little bit of a detour, but I'm going to come back to where I'm getting at. What is a theory?
What is a theory? I really don't know like the definition of it. If you could pull it up for us,
sure. Yeah,
you could read what a theory is.
Absolutely. Okay, I can do that for you. So, a theory. Now, there's different kinds of theories, right? So we'll go over the different definitions. Now, I'm going to go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary website, if you're cool with that. And it says, one, a plausible or scientifically acceptable general principle or body of principles offered to explain phenomena. So that's one. The wave theory of light. A belief, policy, or procedure proposed or followed as the basis of action. Her method is based on the theory that all children want to learn. An ideal or hypothetical set of facts, principles, or circumstances. So in theory, we have always advocated freedom. The next one is a hypothesis assumed for the sake of argument or investigation. An unproven assumption. So like, for example, if if we're detectives and we have a theory that somebody committed a crime. Okay. The general or abstract principles of a body of fact, a science or an art. Music theory. So an abstract thought, speculation. Again, that would probably be more tied to when you have speculation. I have a theory that this person committed a crime. The analysis of a set of facts in their relation to one another. So if we theorize something, we are theorying that, you know, these facts relate to each other. So now when I ask you what theory is, when we talk about scientific theory, there is the scientific theory would probably be theory, a plausible or scientifically acceptable general principle or body of principles offered to explain phenomena, or a body of the general or abstract principles of a body of fact, a science or an art. So in this case, like the theory of gravity is a set of principles, like what you said. You see astronauts floating in space. You see, like, if I drop this pencil, it's gonna drop, right? If I let it go, it's gonna drop. Yeah, it's like a basic set of facts that derive that make up a body, or, you know, of principles. And so when we talk about scientific theories versus regular theories, there is a difference. Like scientific theories, I think that's where a lot of people get confused, because scientific theories, in the science world, a theory actually means a fact. That they have all these pieces of evidence that point to this conclusion, and so they take it as fact. And until we come up with a whole bunch of other different pieces of evidence that point, then it'll point to a different fact. So like the theory of gravity, like you said, there's all these facts. If I let go of the pen, it's going to fall. If astronauts are in outer space, they're going to float around, you know, because of the different things that you described. Same kind of thing goes with evolution.
See, like one thing about like Newton's law and gravity, those right there, I would believe for the most part, and I know one of them is a body that stays at rest tends to stay at rest. A body in motion tends to stay in motion unless a force is opposing it, or a force is engaging in an object. So that right there, like I could basically we can actually put that to the test, like right now.
We could, absolutely. And before you go on, let me explain that a little more, like the difference between a law and a theory. So a scientific theory is it's a description of the natural world that has been demonstrated again and again through testing, rigorous testing. So when we talk about so now a law is it describes phenomena that the scientific community has found to be provably true. So actually, gravity is a law because it's a phenomena, right? And we can prove it over and over and over again, right? Drop the pencil, it's float in space, all that stuff. So that's more of a law. It has a narrower set of conditions, which means that it can't really be unproven. You know, it can only be unproven like in very, very narrow situations. Theories, however, there is room to disprove it, but it's not like one thing will disprove it. There needs to be like a set of things to disprove it. So like, for example, they call evolution a theory and not a law, because there has been all this body of evidence that has undergone rigorous testing that they conclude that evolution is indeed true. So that's and they use that to describe this state of the natural world, all these fossils. And now, do you know what comprises, Ace, the theory of evolution? Like what bodies of science it covers? I have, George. I have done scientific experiments, but do you know? Yeah, do you know which bodies of science, like all the different sciences?
I know evolution has to deal with like biology, I would have to say.
Yep, that's one.
Aside from that, I really don't know what other scientific fields would study evolution.
Physics, chemistry, geology, psychology or psychiatry, psychology. Just about every scientific field has elements of evolutionary theory in it. And I think that's the other thing people don't quite understand is that, like, for example, and then the offshoots of that. So like offshoots of biology, for example, is microbiology. Okay, so the study of viruses and bacteria and all that stuff, right? That's an offshoot of evolutionary theory. Physics is a study of evolutionary theory. Which is kind of hard to comprehend, but it is. It is all these things, like it's all tied together. And so like anthropology, that's kind of what we assume evolution to be. Like we really closely associate it with anthropology, which is when you see the scientists finding bones in the ground, that's anthropology, right?
Yeah.
Archaeology.
Yeah, that's true.
Archaeology. That's another one, archaeology. So all these different things, but geology, even botany, plants, study of plants, that has evolutionary principles in it too. So it's everything.
Okay.
Yeah. Reason I know this is because my partner's son, he's an evolutionary biologist. So he studied a lot of plants and a lot of animals and things like that. So so that's how we kind of get to that. And carbon dating it's a geological thing. So when we talk about carbon dating, it wasn't like anthropologists or biologists. Geologists came up with that. They figured out how to carbon date, different things to get the age of it. And there's other ways that people age things too, not just carbon dating. There's like several different ways they do it.
I remember one way they found to estimate the age is through these rock layers too, I've heard. Because I've heard that the older it is, the lower it is in the ground. The higher it is, the newer. I wouldn't say newer, but it bit the dust a lot. Probably let's just say a year ago.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. They have found, but yeah, like the rock layers, the strata of the it largely checks out. It's largely consistent. Although they have found fossils like in different parts where they shouldn't have found them, and they're like, I wonder how that got there. And sometimes it's because of earthquakes or the shifting, things like that. But yeah, for the most part, it's pretty consistent.
Because speaking about that, I did see a video that I highly recommend. VOR. I think I've sent you a link to it.
You did. I think it's in the Discord. Yeah, I think I remember.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's in the Discord. VOR. He should be going on live tonight. Definitely recommend if you want to try to talk to him about this evolution and fossils. I would pretty much recommend you to him because he's the one that had the compelling evidence for me to change my thought about this. I can't say I believe everything he has to say, but I think for the most part, he's pretty accurate. He's not gonna. I don't think he's going to lead you astray.
Okay. Well, yeah. Now let me ask you this, Ace, regarding your belief in God.
Okay.
Would it take one thing, like if we disproved one thing about your belief, would that completely?
Wait! Hold up!
Yeah.
Hold up. Say again. You were breaking up.
I was asking if we take your beliefs and your reasons, right? And I think you remember when we first met, when I asked you what's your main reason, you said, well, there are a lot of reasons why I believe. But if we disprove just one of those reasons, would you completely stop believing in God altogether?
That's actually some that oh. I personally believe that it's going to be hard to disprove something or disprove my belief.
Well, not the entire belief, just one thing, one reason. Like if you saw evidence of one reason that and you just discovered it's not true, would you be like, oh, I don't believe in God anymore? Would you say that?
I guess if I guess you would have to like disprove my biggest reason.
That's fair.
In order for you to do this. I guess if it was like one of my smaller reasons, I don't think it would have much of an impact.
That makes sense. That makes total sense. I totally hear that.
I mean, but me personally, like I would hope, and I would hope that I wouldn't lose my belief in God, because I think it's I would personally say it's my belief in Christ Jesus is part of my fundamentals,
Yeah.
who I am.
That makes sense. And I guess the reason I ask is that it's kind of the same thing with like this what you bring up with the soft tissue. Even if that wasn't true, it's kind of the same thing you're saying. It wouldn't have much of an impact as far as like that's not like
Wait, hold up. You're breaking up. My connection's bad.
Okay. That's not the.
What about the?
It's kind of the same thing.
What was you saying again?
What I was saying is what you were saying is like you would have to disprove like one of the biggest reasons, and this thing about the soft tissue that you brought up, that's honestly not one of the biggest reasons why. Because I mean, it could be not true, but that doesn't like disprove all of evolution, if that makes sense. It doesn't have that big of an impact. What you would have to disprove is something major, like not just the fossil record, but you would have to disprove all the evidence that they have that cells evolve, that bacteria evolves, that you have to disprove everything. It's not like one thing holding everything up, if that makes sense. It's like a mountain of things that are holding it all together, and they all interrelate. So if you just take one out, that's not going to bring it all crashing down. You'd have to disprove all of it. Now, the other thing about it though is that doesn't mean that there's not another explanation out there. It's it's possible that there could be a completely different explanation. It's just that, like with evolution, it would take like a mountain, like hundreds of years worth of evidence to disprove it. Like, so just wanted to, because I remember because I remember what they used to say. There was like the hoaxes that they had, there was a hoax that somebody found a fossil in Nebraska or something like that, and it was like it was supposed to be like like the missing link or something like that, and it turned out to be like a pig bone, and but that person was outed pretty fast. It took several years, but that person was outed. And I remember people used to say, well, that totally disproves evolution because of this one hoax. And and it's like, well, there have been hoaxes in other religions. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean that the religion isn't true just because somebody comes up with a hoax. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's kind of the same thing.
So I do have a question for you. Do you believe in like the Big Bang and evolution, by the way? I'm just curious.
To me, that there is a, I'm an evidence guy, right, Ace? So there is a ton of evidence that points to the plausibility of the Big Bang. And there is a ton of evidence that point to the plausibility of evolution. And so I just kind of go where the evidence goes. I don't have any reason to believe, like, for example, like if it's made up, I don't have any reason to believe that. Like, I'm trying to think of like alternative reasons why it wouldn't be true. Like, say they just, like, for example, like, do you believe that the universe is expanding?
Yeah, I do believe that the universe is expanding.
Now, it could be other reasons why. Okay, it could be other reasons why it's expanding. Now, but what they do is they take that reason and then they look at all the other clues that they have, and it all like connects. Kind of like if we were trying to solve a Schmurder case, and we find the bloody glove, and then we find the murder, the Schmurder weapon, and then we find the footprints, and then we find the bloody clothes, and and then we find the fingerprints, and then we find the DNA, and it all points to one person. And it would just be like it's kind of like that. It's like it just points to one person. Now there will be somebody who says, well, that doesn't prove that they did it. There'll always be people who say that because you didn't actually see that person do it. But it's like when everything points to that person, and that person, nobody knows their whereabouts at the time that we think the Schmurder occurred, and all this other stuff. And it's like, how could you, it's like everything points to you, but we just didn't actually witness the person doing it. Well, to me, that's enough to say that person did it. So it's kind of like that, It's kind of like that. So
Okay. I mean, I definitely understand where you're coming
You understand, but you don't have to
from.
agree. Yeah, you understand. That's good.
Yeah. It's just I'm fairly new to this young Earth. There's still quite a bit to learn about, to research about.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I said, I think VOR would be somebody real good to talk to about all of this. You know, maybe he could learn a thing from you. You could learn a thing from him. You know.
Maybe. I don't know if I'm versed enough in science to teach anybody, but maybe.
Well, like I said,
what do you have to say, Jorge?
Oh, I was just gonna say, one second. Yeah, there's actually another interesting piece of evidence you might appreciate if you don't know it already. It's the light speed, right? So, like for example, the closest galaxy to us, the Andromeda galaxy, is 2.5. What is it? I think million light years away. Mm-hmm. So what that means is that it took 2.5 million years for the light that we see to have gotten here, and so it's not possible for us to exist in a 6,000-year-old galaxy because of the fact that it takes that long for that light to travel here. But just something you might find interesting, because me and Ace have been looking into this together, obviously. So
no, that's a good point too, and yeah, so it's kind of and I think that's what I was kind of getting at. Like all the sciences point to like the Big Bang and evolution. It's all these different, like astronomy points to the Big Bang. Like just like that example, when they look at like the light waves, they can see the remnants of the light waves of the Big Bang. And it's testable, it's measurable. They can see it. They can build instruments to look at it and study it, and then it all correlates together, all fits together like a puzzle piece. And this is another question I wanted to ask you, Ace. You said you had a different standard for like the scientific theory versus like your God belief. Did I hear that right? And
I mean,
I'm wondering why.
Well,
like why do you hold science to such a higher standard than you do
so
religion?
If I do something wrong, I lie, I cheat, I steal, that's pretty much on me. If I didn't follow God's word, I lie, cheat, and steal, that's not me reflecting Christ in me. That's me reflecting evil on other people.
Mm-hmm.
God, the God in the Bible is the God of love. He's the God of mercy. He's the God of justice. So my actions, I want them to reflect Christ, not this evil. If a scientist, done an evil deed, I would look at the scientist doing the evil deed, and get him out the field.
Mm-hmm.
I guess whenever you're talking about somebody finding soft tissue and somebody doing wrong. I think those are two different comparisons. So like, and again, it's like I find the cure to cancer, I get blacklisted. I did something wrong, I get blacklisted. I think those are two different scenarios.
Okay, that makes
So
sense. I see
you
where you're going
can't.
with that.
So I don't think you could compare the two scenarios when somebody finds soft tissue, gets blacklisted, and somebody doing a bad deed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it's so it sounds like
So basically like I don't think I would have like judged him differently. It's just I would judge like somebody finding the cure to cancer. Like why are they being blacklisted? Somebody does the evil deed, you know.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna kick down a link into the Discord. It was some soft tissue that they found in fossils in 2024. This year, actually. And it was people not affiliated with this scientist.
Yeah, the VOR guy, he's also been criticized by very prominent scientists on here, like Dr. Blitz, for misrepresenting scientific findings in news articles.
I understand that. I mean, yeah, people were lying about science or taking shortcuts and stuff like that. Yeah, that looks bad. You know, that's a bad look. I guess I'm trying to question your leap from, you know, that scientist doing unethical things to it completely dismantles evolution. Like, how do you make that leap? And I guess because the comparison I would have is if, you know, say a pastor did some bad things, like, does that completely dismiss Christianity? I don't think it does. And I know you said, you know, it's the moral comparison, but I'm just looking at them as two different, you know, bodies of thought. Like, how does because I guess you know, how does that relate?
See, I think it's pretty much like how can I explain this? Like, I think you're drawing two different conclusions that don't really relate to one another.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Let me ask it this way. What does it say to you then when when that scientist gets blacklisted? Like, what does that mean to you?
Well, if it's like an important scientific discovery, you know, soft tissue, they get blacklisted. I think they want the scientist that blacklisted her. You know, it just seems like they want to keep something hidden. They don't want people to know this. Maybe they're trying to push their narrative, you know.
And now that I've demonstrated to you that a different set of scientists just made a completely different discovery on completely different fossils 11 years later, what does that say?
Can you reword that question for me?
Yeah. If you go on the Discord, it's an article. A different group of scientists finding soft tissue in a completely different set of fossils in a completely different part of the world. And this discovery happened. Well, I think that first discovery you're talking about happened in 2007, and maybe 2013. But this one happened just recently. Like it happened. When did they do that? Well, they published it in June, but they probably did this a couple years ago. So it was very 2023. Nope, sorry. It was reported June 27th. It doesn't say exactly when. But it's
2023.
Yeah, it looks like 2023 they discovered it, but they published it in 2024. So that's what I'm trying to understand is so they actually repeated the same discovery, but on different animals.
I'm gonna have to read it over and guess I'll message you after I read it.
Yeah. And I guess we can talk about like, well, how do you think they come up with because they like in this article they said that the trilobites or crabs are 500 million years old. So if the Earth is only 10,000 years old, where do you think they went wrong in how did they get it so wrong? Like from 10,000 to 500 million?
I don't think I can answer that right now.
Fair.
Because I still need
Oh yeah, you're breaking up, Ace.
to
And that's fair, Ace.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. That's fair, and that's an honest answer, man. I appreciate that.
Like I said, VOR, you're definitely gonna be able to get. He's got a lot more. He's done a lot more research than I have.
Yeah.
I guess I just trust what. I guess I basically trust what VOR had to say about the topic. And I believe that he provided sufficient evidence, which led me down to young Earth.
Mm. Mm.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Any other questions?
No, I think that's it. Oh, I got somebody else who wanting to request up. Is there anything else?
I'm not sure. Definitely be giving your Discord out, and
Definitely. I will.
no, I just hope that you're gonna be able to catch VOR soon.
Oh, okay. Is he jumping on
I would
soon?
love to hear y'all's two conversation.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully, yeah, if I can get in. Sometimes these guys are, they have a lot of requests. So yeah, we'll see. All right. Well, I'm gonna all right. I'm gonna bring up the next person. Ace, but it was good talking to them as always.
Same here, and everybody just stay blessed. Much love, much respect. Peace out.
All right, man. See you, Ace.
How you doing, brother?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Mind if I ask you, do you believe in God?
I'm gonna hold neutral. So
Hold neutral. Okay.
Yep. This is now. Would it change your answers if depending on how I answered? Like, let's say I said yes. Does that change your answers?
Oh no, I need. It would help to know if you were like a full-on atheist. It would be like a totally different conversation. You know what I mean?
Why?
So, well, I wouldn't ask questions, or if you that would. My goal is kind of to persuade you into believing that Jesus is God, not in a kind of cynical way, but more as in like if my persuasion enticed you and was like, you know what, that does make sense, and you would look into it more.
Okay. Well, think of it this way: if I'm neutral, I'm like I haven't. Just assume I haven't decided. So I guess in a way that's persuasive. That.
No, okay.
Depending on what you say, yeah, that could persuade. So I guess it's in the same vein, but I think from maybe the difference would be I wouldn't offer, like, I'm not going to rebut anything you say, if that makes sense.
You're not gonna like what I'm saying is absolutely wrong. What you're saying is absolutely
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. You're open to understanding the perspective of others. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and if I don't understand something, I'll ask a lot of questions, and I may challenge what you're saying a little bit just so I understand. And my whole thing is to pick it all apart and pick it all like it's a watch. We're gonna disassemble it one by one and look at all the pieces, and that's the yeah. And I think from my perspective, if I were to say, because I've done like hundreds of these talks, right? And so, yeah, maybe you have something that somebody else doesn't have, and that might do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You may have figured something out, and you never know. So,
okay.
All right.
So would you say that it's not that you don't believe in God or not believe in God? Would you say that the evidence isn't enough for you to say it's an absolute statement?
I would say that I think at the best there's just no way to say yes, no way to say no. So it just puts me right in the middle.
Okay.
So let me ask you this: what's the best reason you have for, let's see, ChristWisdom? So I'm going to say Christian God. Is that safe? Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty safe to
It's pretty safe. Okay. And I don't want to assume. You know what I mean?
No,
Yes.
I understand.
Pretty obvious.
Kind-hearted person.
Yeah. What would you say then is your best reason for believing in the Christian God?
So I think we all have some kind of understanding of God exist, maybe on a shallow surface when we're young, until we're persuaded on which God to believe in or if God exists at all. But I think when we're young, we have an idea that God exists. and we are either persuaded in a certain religion or persuaded that that belief you have is only because of certain things.
So, are you saying that we innately know that God exists, like as babies? We know that God exists?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Even as babies. All right. And so it's just something we know.
It's something we know when we're young until kind of we get involved in worldly things and we're either too stressed out or too worldly to care. Or we're persuaded by either Muslims, Christians, Judaism, or atheists.
Okay. What method did you use to determine that this is true?
And it will be either my personal or others' own personal statements of when they talk, it still feels like they're talking as if God does exist, but they're trying to reject his identity altogether so they can live the way they personally want.
Oh, okay. So if I'm hearing it, the personal statements that people make, whether even if it's I don't believe in God and here's why, that to you is evidence that God exists. Even if somebody says
it's more
right?
like the wording, like even like Richard Dawkins, I've heard it, like he's a smart man. He says that there's not a God, but then when he speaks, he still uses the concept of God. So it's still, and a lot of, I wish I knew all these atheists by name, but when these atheists, when they talk, it feels like they hate a God that doesn't exist, which is very unique to hate something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I kind of got to get on board with that. That is kind of weird to hate something that you don't believe exists. You know, if that's what they truly think. But
yeah, if somebody was kind of come and argue
I agree with that.
if somebody was going to argue if Santa Claus existed and it was wholeheartedly, I'm just going to look at them and be like, there's okay, you know what I mean? Like there's no, I'm not going to get angry if they started telling people Santa Claus existed, even if they had a whole group. I'd just be like, okay, this is just the world we live in.
Like,
but
whatever, dude. Yeah.
But I feel like people have an innate, like I said, I'm not super intelligent with words, but an innate, I think that's the word.
No, you're good.
Realization that God exists based off the world we live in. I could go with the common argument that everything has a cause.
Everything has a cause?
Or everything has an effect, so there has to be a cause.
Okay. Everything has effect, so there has to be a cause. So, and then to you, the fact to you that everything has a cause or an effect, therefore everything has a cause, that points to the existence of God?
That points to existence of something outside of this universe.
That's something outside of this universe. Okay. And because of the cause and effect equation, right? And every effect has a cause. So that points to something else. And is it because something else is causing that? Is that why?
It would have to be something outside of this universe to create the universe. Wouldn't you say so? The universe can't just exist. I don't know how. Because we understand the universe is expanding. So if the universe is expanding, we understand that at one point it was a singularity. If you believe in the singularity, and that's something had to mess up that singularity and cause it to erupt. Because if it's in a continuing like singularity for infinity time, it would have just been a singularity for infinity time. So something, okay.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish your thought. My bad.
So something would have had to change the process that's greater than that singularity.
Let me pose it. Let me ask it this way, because it's interesting what you're saying. But let me ask you this: what's the beginning of a circle?
That's a tough question. But if the circle was expanding, it would be what would be the center of the circle?
Well, yeah. Well, and I'm kind of changing what I'm asking, but
okay, you're right. I don't know where the center.
Circle.
I don't know where the center of a circle is. It could be the bottom, the top, left, or right.
True. But now that's an example of something that doesn't have a beginning, right?
Yeah, but that's also using a created thing to describe something that was uncreated in the beginning.
A created thing that was uncreated. Well, yeah, it's a concept. It's a construct. You're right. So
We're using physical things to talk about something that we can't fully grasp.
It's-
You know what I mean?
it's just kind of trying to nail the concept down, because I'm thinking if it's possible to think that something doesn't have a beginning and an end, like that's an example. And you're right. It is a construct. You know, a circle is a construct. Well, I mean, we can look at things in the universe, right, and see circles or spheres, globes,
Yeah.
right? So those, do those have a beginning and an end then? Not the creation of it, but
Okay,
just
yeah.
the property itself. Yeah.
The property itself, as in like
what-
you're talking about like the point, right? Like if I was to draw it and then it was there and then
Yeah,
describe
right.
where did it start.
Right. Right.
That would be that I guess not, because you're thinking more like dimensional, right? Like if I drew a line, that it would be, this is the start of the line, this is the end of the line.
Yeah, you're right.
But if we
Like a
hooked up
line
the
has a
lines
beginning and
together,
end.
but if we hooked
Yeah.
it up together, so that's more like you were thinking one dimensional, and then you bring it up to 3-dimensional, or we could go around, right? So that's why I said but to create the circle, it would be in the 3rd dimension to create the circle. So there would be something in the 4th dimension to create the universe.
Yeah. And I guess from that point of view, just when you're just taking that concept itself of beginning and end, like it is possible for something to not have a beginning or an end. It's possible.
Would you
Just
say
in that concept by itself?
So you don't believe that the universe had a beginning?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I really don't know.
Okay.
I'm just saying that if it's possible that, like, if we can't really pinpoint like the beginning of a circle, then that means that, or an end, then it's possible then that something doesn't have to have a beginning nor an end. Does that make sense? It could have just always be.
Yeah, inside the
possible.
circle, I would agree that there is no beginning to an end of the circle.
Yeah,
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah. So I mean, I really
because-
don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm not ready to say.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
but I would always.
go ahead.
My argument after that would always be, but I would have to first create the circle.
Fair. I guess I'm just, and I guess at the end of the day, for me, it's like I couldn't really say, well, just because there's no beginning and end on a circle, well, then that means God doesn't exist. You see what I'm saying? I don't make that leap. For me, it's just to say, I don't know. And, I guess that's just where I stop. So
My bad. It's breaking up a little bit. It might be my
okay.
internet.
Yeah, maybe it might be me. Here, let me double check. Okay. Okay. Maybe we'll give that a try. But it says you're at 1 bar. So hopefully, yeah, it says you're at 1 bar.
Nope.
I don't know if it's
Hello, did my internet crash?
Yeah, I see you now.
I wonder why. I usually have pretty good internet all day.
Yeah, me too. I don't understand, but my last guess.
I don't want to waste
actually,
too much time. I still want to talk to you. I'm gonna exit off and then get back. But if somebody else comes up, I'll still wait my turn.
Okay. Well, yeah, it was a good start to a talk, so hopefully you come back. All right. Well, no offense. I'm gonna drop you, Christ, and I'll bring somebody else up if they want to come up. But yeah, come on back. More than welcome to come back. Yeah, that was a good start to a discussion. But yeah, isn't the beginning a concept? Yeah, I agree with you, Formless. I was getting to that point. It's interesting because he kind of tried to shift it to, well, you have to first create the circle, and it's kind of wasn't really the point. It's just that he said everything has to have a beginning, and I was like, okay, well, what's the beginning of a circle? Just a line. Point to the beginning of a circle, and that's kind of where we ended, and we kind of got in this little back and forth about, well, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. It's just interesting, but I don't know. Anybody? Looks like there's only 3 of us here. Let's see, Susan, are you still here? I think I can take another one, but yeah, it's interesting because I want to get people with evidence and present some evidence, and it's kind of going the same. His evidence was personal statements. All human thoughts are constructs, even the notion of a beginning. I would agree with that. Formless. There's a lot of constructs. I think we talk about that, Formless? That was that with you that we talked about that? Let's see, maybe they came back. I can't tell. I see I have 4 people in my chat, but I can't tell if ChristWisdom has come back. But yeah, he said his best piece of evidence that God exists is that we know that God exists, which is interesting. It's all maps, not the actual territory. Yeah, maps are a construct. You're right. Maps are a construct too. Yeah, I think you were dazzling me with the pillars. I remember that piece of our talk, the different pillars, and it just took me a long time to get that. I was like, I am not soaking what you're spitting, but it took me a while, but I got it. But yeah, I agree with that. It's all maps, not the actual territory. Like a map is a representation of what the territory is. It's our understanding of it. And so again, if we're talking about everything has to have a beginning, well, does it? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, don't know. But it's kind of fun to find out and talk about it. You can only have an overlay on reality, not actually touch it. Yeah. I mean, who's to say this is a simulation or not a simulation? Like, how do we actually know? How do we know we're not brains in vats? And we're just hooked up with a bunch of wires to a big old computer. Or how do I know I'm not just a brain in a vat and you all are just part of my simulation? Yeah. But yeah. I don't know. I think you've been in and out. Solipsism, yeah. I think you've been in and out. Hey, welcome back, Terry. I think you've been in and out, Formless, but yeah, the evidence so far has been let's see. Oh yeah, the first one I had with Chloe, well, that was a really, really good conversation, and it was really more about the community and the companionship and the shared values than it really was about the belief. I think the belief was just a kind of a bonus to that. But then she said she didn't think that the belief would, like, if there wasn't a belief. Yeah. Oh, no problem, Jorge. But I got, you want to come up real quick? Yeah, Ace had to go. But I kind of asked him, he has different standards for science and religion. He's got 2 different standards. And so I kind of asked him about that. Hey, Jorge.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, not much. Yeah, I finished it with Ace, and where we got to was, I just asked him, well, if you think if it's a 10,000-year-old world we live in, well, how do scientists date, a 500 million-year-old crab? Like, how did they get that so wrong? Like, why is there such a big gap there?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, and you know what? To his credit, he did say, "I don't know the answer to that. I honestly don't know. I'm gonna have to do more research." I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, he's a lot more honest with you and other people than with me. I think it might have something to do with my approaches, as well. I'm not gonna say I'm completely innocent in that. So.
Yeah, I think I think that's the thing is I do get, like, a lot of people are honest with me, and I think part of it is just I'm just like, hey, I'm neutral. I'm just asking questions, trying to understand.
Absolutely.
And yeah.
And I'm coming to a somewhat of a similar approach. I found a new method that I like a lot better for trying to explain historical and dialectical materialism, right? Because, I was telling you before about certain methods that I was using to try to, come to my conclusions and whatnot. But I actually have recently been trying to come from a slightly different angle.
Ace is still here. That's funny.
Oh, good. Fantastic. Excellent. No, actually, I'm glad he's here because...
Yeah,
I'm glad he's here because there's a lot of things that we talked about that, I'm sure he would love to get your opinion on as well because he didn't have a lot of answers to. But so what I've been doing recently is, and one good example of this, which I'll just start with an example, I guess. You were saying about the age of, the Earth, universe, right? So what I like to do is put these ideas into their historical context, right? So, like, for example, what are the conditions that the Christian religion emerged in, right, versus other religions, and why they had different conceptions of the, right, what the age of the universe is based on what their conditions were, right? So, like, for example, instead of trying to figure out, if it's true, right, quote unquote true or not, if it's 10,000 years old, like, for example, looking at the class structure of Rome, looking at how Christianity was a reaction to the decay of the Roman Empire, looking at how it was, it aligned with, like, slave morality, essentially, because, obviously there was a lot of slavery morality at the time, and how Jesus' initial message was later co-opted by not only the Roman state itself, but also the oppressed masses, especially the slaves. They actually co-opted Jesus' message themselves as well in order to try to, like, soothe their suffering that they were having under slavery, right? So what I've been trying to do is look at these different, instead of trying to explain materialism, idealism in this abstract philosophical sense, start with the material conditions that Christianity emerged in and explain these conditions are why Christianity, the ideas are the way they are, right? And this is how historical materialism works, is that none of these ideas exist in a vacuum and a void. They are created, shaped by fundamentally the conditions that they emerge in, right? And not only that, they wouldn't fit in another place. They wouldn't fit in another time or place. Even if they could emerge in that time or place, they wouldn't fit. Like, for example, with even in, like, Roman republicanism, Christianity wouldn't have taken hold, right? Because it found even in, like, Roman republicanism, Christianity wouldn't have taken hold. Sorry, I'm right, because it.
Whoa! What the hell? That was a big echo.
Is that better?
Yeah. Welcome back. It's a big echo.
So, for example,
there it is.
Is that better? I'm gonna drop down for a second.
Okay, no problem. So, yeah, I think I was getting the basis of what Jorge was saying. Looks like he's going back over the historical. He's taking an historical approach. He knows. Okay. No echo.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay, I think we're good.
So, for example, even if it could emerge in other conditions, it wouldn't fit. Like, for example, even in Roman republicanism, it wouldn't have been able to take root because it wouldn't have had the same basis of, like, in the slaves, right? That it had. So, like, you can think of it as like a children's toy, right? That has three different shapes, a star, a circle, and a square. and each one would only fit in its specific place, right? So, and this is a good example, I think, of how we can say, these ideas don't exist in the void. They're products of and only fit in and shaped by even their conditions.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, hey, my Christ Wisdom came back. I wanna finish my combo with him, if that's all right. But we can pick this up later because it's interesting what you're saying. Yeah, I'd like to hear more about your approach.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no problem, man. All right, let me bring Christ Wisdom back, and we'll finish our convo. But it's always good to talk to you, Jorge. Okay.
First off, thank you for inviting me again, and I apologize for my not so good internet.
No worries, sir. You're good. You're all good. I found a way to keep myself occupied, so glad you came back.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, so I was just kind of going over the method of everything has. You said your method of determining that God exists is that everything has a beginning and an end. So you were talking about like the uncaused cause, basically.
The uncaused.
Or everything. I'm sorry. Everything has a cause. Excuse me.
Or effect. Right? Yeah. Everything has an effect. Yes.
Everything has an effect, and every effect has a cause. So that's how you determine it's true.
Yes, that's how I determine there's at least something greater than that created the universe itself.
Yeah, something greater than us. So you see evidence that there's something greater than us, right?
Yes.
Okay. And now this sounds like more of like a intellectual like a deductionary type of thing, like you kind of a thought process. Is that would that be fair to say? Was it like a scientific experiment or anything like that, right?
No, it's more like sitting under a tree and observing, observational. Sitting under a tree, observing, and just like looking at everything, and just be like, the fact that I think it's amazing emphasizes that, it's all comes down to like, why is this amazing? Why are we here? Like science grasps a lot of the questions, like the when, where, how, but our internal intellect has to kind of figure out the why. And you get what I'm saying?
I think I understand. Yeah, that makes and I've heard this stated a bunch of times. So yeah, I get where you're coming from. Now, what if it? Oh, go ahead. Finish what you were saying.
No. I want to hear what.
Okay. What if? I want to kind of test you just a tiny bit. What if you discovered information, like a body of information, like not just one piece of evidence, but like a body of information, and you sat under a tree and you did some research, you really pondered this, and it rang true to you. You looked at this body of information. Yeah, this is true, and it disproved that everything. Your statement about everything has an effect, every effect has a cause. What would that do to your belief? Like, actually, the confidence in your belief. What would that do?
It would, to be honest, it would have to be more evidence than the evidence that I have obtained. So it would be irrational to be like, if I saw this hardcore evidence that was like super unfathomably that this was evidence that proved God did not exist, it would make no sense to believe in God.
Okay, let me take it like a step back. Like maybe not like a mountain of evidence, and not just that. And it doesn't say like without a doubt God does not exist. Maybe it's something like it's just evidence that maybe God doesn't exist. Just maybe.
Well, we're dealing with maybes all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I hear that, but like it's more like a fly in the ointment. It's not just like completely, throwing it all out or setting the whole place on fire. You feel what I'm saying? It's just it's enough to maybe like make you question it.
I question with the idea of. I used to question it a lot because I was hit with a lot of maybes. A lot of people had good questions, so you dig deep into the question. You dig deep into the
Ooh, that's
questions.
interesting.
You don't just like just it would be I'm very happy that some people are Christians and they just believe, but I feel like there's very good reason to believe, and it helps us to interact with other people to show them why we believe and why it's a rational thing. It's not like we believe in Zeus and this is why, and I just believe it just cause. I think we have good rational reasoning to believe in the things we believe, but to say that if anybody who becomes a Christian that wasn't a Christian when they were younger, like myself, it hits you with a lot of maybes, and you have to answer those maybes, and to see
maybes.
and you have to answer those maybes and see if it's if it holds water.
Okay. And I, for one, I don't see you as irrational. I just want to say that you sound very coherent, articulate. You did say, well, I have trouble with words, but
I do sometimes. I listen to a lot of intelligent people, so when I hear them talk, I'm super in awe of like, wow, like I've never seen that perspective before. I never thought of that before. I was like, how did you come up with that idea? And so when I listen to these intelligent people, I am in awe of how they say certain things and vocalize their ideas in a way for me to understand, and I'm very amazed by that.
Well, in my book, you explain yourself very well. I haven't had a issue understanding you or anything like that. So, not a problem there. Well, I think from my perspective, I may have explained this before, but I'll say it again. And if I repeat myself, forgive me. I think for me, it would help me to see how people determine something to be true, in order to say, because then I could emulate that, I could replicate that method. And then if I get the same result, then that gives me more confidence that it's true. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
yeah. So it's kind of why I do this. Yeah.
okay. No. That's how you're supposed to do it. I would think so. So the way I personally is just answering the questions. I don't reject the questions people say and tell me, even if it makes me feel small, because sometimes people ask questions and try to belittle you into certain things. I still
I'm not trying to do that.
I still receive the questions. I reject their emotions, but I receive the questions and be like, that is a good question. We should know that. I'm somebody who believes that we can understand the truth of reality, of our own existence. I'm a person who holds to that we can understand truth. I'm not somebody who says that truth is just something that's out there and we can never obtain it.
Yeah, and I agree with you also that it's possible to come up with a pretty reasonable explanation for things, without like physical evidence, right? Like physical proof. Like, for example, consciousness, right? Like, how do I know I'm conscious, that I'm actually awake talking to you? Like, I can't absolutely prove that, like 100%, but I have some evidence that I am.
Yeah.
But I don't absolutely 100% know, but I'm reasonably sure that I'm awake talking to you right now.
Yes.
That this isn't just a dream, right? So that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
There's good reasoning to believe why you believe something. It's not just irrational.
Yeah. And so and I think the one thing though is like what you said, you said, hey, I'm not just here saying, well, I think I believe in God and I just believe it. It's just because. And I agree. I think that would not be a very rational way to believe in something. You know what I mean? And it would be the other way. Like if somebody said, I didn't believe in this, and it's just because it just can't be true. I can't explain why it can't be true, but it's just not. It just doesn't make sense. Well, maybe you should be able to explain why,
Yes, I agree.
That makes sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense to me. But I don't think I'm ready to either like I've talked to atheists too, and I ask them the same questions I ask you, like,
Yeah.
how did you determine this to be true, that God does not exist? And are you sure that this is true? And it's just interesting because, I've talked to some who are 100% convinced that God does not exist. Now, what would you say to somebody like that?
It's tough. Sometimes it comes from you are either you accept science so much or accept these intelligent people, like I always say Richard Dawkins because he's well known, and you think of yourself as too smart and I could say arrogant to think of the idea, because people think of religion as a Neanderthalic idea. So because religion is Neanderthalic, they put themselves above religion and says, I will not have anything associated with anything Neanderthalic because I am above that. And so they put themselves as arrogant and say that because, or they see, they use judgment of, because Christians don't all align themselves with the Bible, therefore Christians are wrong, and since Christians are wrong, their God is wrong, or either Muslims and vice versa for any religion. But that's more basing the existence of God off of people, not actual off of his own creation.
Okay. How convinced are you that God exists? Like scale 0 to 100. 100 being absolutely sure, no doubt.
I would say I am absolutely sure.
100%?
I'm 100%, I am 90% sure because of my intellect. I am also and the other 10% comes from the reality that changes because of your perspective on God. So 90% intellect, and then the 10% would be because of the reality and the way I view life differently would create 100%. If that makes sense.
I think it does. I mean, and honestly, it's because, if I'm neutral, that pretty much means I'm on the fence, right?
Yeah.
So can't really make a decision either way. And so it is amazing to me that you have this much confidence in this. And so that's impressive. I gotta say that. But yeah, tell me a little bit, expand on that 10%, because I don't quite understand what that means. Like, what does that 10% mean?
So I've wrestled with the concept of like the idea of atheism, right? So I've said, you know what? Because I would talk to you. I said, God, I'm gonna try to. I have this idea. Forgive me, but I'm gonna try to see the perspective of atheists would have. So I try to see the perspective if there is no God, and it seems a little scary because then you have the idea if there is no God, there is nothing that is absolute, and if there is nothing that is absolute, then there is nothing that I could possibly do that would be like absolutely morally wrong. Because then you would just create your own reality, and whatever reality you fit that fits your own lifestyle is the reality that that's the reality for me. But you do your reality. But who's to say that Ed Kemper is wrong because he just followed his own reality, what he perceived to be based off his atheist view. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, because I guess technically you could say I'm a non-believer, right? Technically,
yes, I would.
Yeah. So how do you think I derive my morals?
I think you have the idea still of God. It seems like because you're still on the fence, you haven't abandoned him completely. What I find interesting is what would be the reason of you having morals? That would be the question to ask, is why? Why can't you just do something and get away with it? If there is it, like why? Why does your conscience eat at you if you do something wrong? Why can't you just reject your conscience completely and just, because you know what I mean, and just follow what you truly desire, and whether it's evil or not evil, if there is absolutely no God.
Well, I kind of think of it like this, like when you say, hey, why don't you just do you do what you absolutely desire? Well, I absolutely desire not to unalive people. So I go out of my way, and I'll even not harm like insects and bugs. I'll go out
Yeah.
of my way not, I'll try my very best not to. Can't 100% be helped. And in situations like if there's an ant invasion in my house, well, I got to do what I got to do, right?
I'm like that too. I feel that.
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to just go out and grab a cigarette, light it up, and then burn burn an insect. It just seems like that's crazy. But why would
It's
you
like not
have that?
necessary.
Why would you have that inclination to do right? Where do you
think-
think that comes from?
Well, I think you kind of hit it with in terms of like conscience. So guilt, that I think that for me is a indicator. However, there are times I feel guilty about things that I actually didn't do something wrong.
Yep.
And so my feelings about that aren't 100%. That may be because of upbringing, or maybe what I think about a situation. Maybe I don't understand a situation 100%, something like that. But it's like, but the other thing is like for me, it's I just don't want to harm anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. And unless I absolutely have, like, if it's either me or them, then it's gonna be me. But that's an extreme situation.
Yeah.
That's never gonna come up. Or if it does, maybe once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
But like in terms of stealing, no, I don't want to do that. I have no desire to do that. I have no desire to rape. I have no desire to unalive. I don't have no desire to steal. To lie, I have no desire to do that. I guess so. From that perspective, I don't like it. It doesn't occur to me to want to do any of those things.
Where would that come from? The desire not
That's a
to
good question.
hurt another thing, or do you find life intrinsically valuable? And if so, what would be the reason for it?
Because
How can life
I
be
imagine-
valuable if we're just like insects and just another survival of the fittest? I'm superior than this ant. Why can't I just light it on fire?
Why can't I just light it up or step on it? Who cares? It's just an ant. I think I imagine, what if I was the ant? Would I want a big old foot on me? I think of it like that. I think of it like, if I was a spider, would I, and I'm just trying to get a meal. And just would I want to be unalive just because I was in the wrong place at the wrong time? I happen to be inside the house.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with your statement
See what I
100%.
mean? Like, yeah. So when I think about it like that, it's just that I guess I don't want to cause suffering unto others, or I want to do it. I don't want to purposely cause others to suffer, and so because I think about how it would make me feel if somebody caused suffering unto me. And so when I think about that, it's like, well, I wouldn't like it very much if somebody hit me, so I'm not going to hit somebody. Like, I wouldn't like it very much if somebody lied to me, so I'm not going to lie to somebody.
Yep,
Or
I agree 100%.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's kind of like that. And it never quite occurred to me to not do those things because somebody may or may not be watching.
I agree. I always when I say that atheists, when I had the perspective of an atheist, is that it's not that our morals aren't there. Atheists can't have morals. There is no absolute justification of doing those morals. There is no true reason for you not to go against the morals that you have. And there is no. You know what I mean?
Go ahead. Go and finish what you're saying. Go and finish what you're saying.
There's no reason to go against. There's no reason to do anything that goes against your morality if there is no. It's not that there is no God. It's that there has to be a reason why you think that. And if you're an atheist, there's no reason for you not to follow your morals. Like, why can't you? It's not that atheists don't have morals. It's just there's not a good reason for atheists to say, I should have morals.
Isn't it reason enough to say because I don't want to hurt anybody? That's not a good enough reason.
What would be the reason? Is like, why you understood that the idea of that, like, I don't want to hurt that person, but what? But like, why? Like, there is that conscious that you have. Where does that conscious come from? Is really the idea.
It's kind of like this. It's like yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, where does that come from? Like, where does that, where does that come from? And I think I think of it like this. It's like, I guess for me, the best way I can describe it is I don't want to feel that way. And I know what it feels to feel that way, and it sucks to feel that way, and I don't want anyone else to feel that way. So I'm not going to cause that to happen to somebody else. And if I do that, even if I accidentally hurt somebody, I feel bad, I feel guilty. And I want to, I want to help. Like, if let's just say I accidentally, hit somebody with my car. I didn't see him. Actually, this happened to me one time. I hit a person on a bicycle, and I was making a right turn, and they were going against traffic, and I didn't see him, and I hit him, and I felt horrible about it. And I called the ambulance and all that stuff. And all I wanted to do was help that person, and I was late for an appointment that I had to get to, but I didn't want to leave the person, and I felt really bad for them. Turned out not to be my fault because they were going against traffic. It was actually their fault. But still, the fact of the matter is I still felt bad. I didn't want to hurt the person. And I guess, I see, that's the thing. I really don't know where that comes from. And the best I can say is that I think it's just, like some people will say, like psychologists will say, it's in the brain, that we do have these, and that we have these mixture of chemicals and things like that, and stuff like that drive these emotions, and it's part of the survival instinct, and that we have compassion and empathy because it's part of the survival instinct, to keep the species going. Like, that's like something, like one way. And then there's what you're saying, well, that has to come from God. And I think that's the gist of what you're trying to say.
Yeah, because the survival instincts always, I had a hard time trying to accept that, because if it was just survival of the instincts, and at some point in life, if it was survival of the instincts to nuke a bunch of places for the survival of three people. I wish I could come up with a better analogy. How would I, let me see. If it helped the population to start raping people because it helped the collective group, let's say, would that be intrinsically evil still? Or is it just survival of the instincts? We need to populate the planet. These women aren't submitting to us. We should just populate the planet because it's for the greater good. Would that be it's just survival of the instincts to procreate? These women aren't submitting to us, and we need to do this for the greater good and to populate our humanity. Would that then just be, would that now be good in the society, or would that still be inherently evil?
I would say it's inherently evil.
That's where where I struggle with the idea of, that goes against the survival of the instincts idea, because how can something be intrinsically evil if we do know that's absolutely evil? We don't think it's like, it's just evil because it's the society we live in. It's evil because we know it's evil, whether it benefits the greater good or whether it's survival of the fittest or not. We still know that. So that would go against the survival instincts.
If you found out then that our morals didn't come from God, that they were, like, it's a human construct, let's just say, how would that affect your belief?
I would question it, because I think as a Christian, Christians don't like it. I'm a Christian. The reason I believe Christ is the Savior and the God, like I said, I can't believe God as a Christian. I believe God came down in the flesh and manifested himself to us. But I believe in, because I have asked these questions, and I've listened to people who come and say, well, like the questions you're asking, it would be weird for me to go against if society said that this is for the greater good, right? Like, what was your question again? I
just said if it could be demonstrated to you that like morality is a human construct that didn't come from God, what would it do to your belief?
It would be interesting, and I have a hard time even grasping that, because the fact that people would go against society. How would I don't. That's a. It's not that it's a tough question. Can you word it a little differently because right now that's.
Well, here, let
Because
me.
if I found out Zeus existed and was God, I would believe in him, right? But I would need good reason.
Well, I guess is it well here, let me answer it. Maybe that'll help. Like if and I'll answer it kind of the other way. If I found out tomorrow that morality came from a god, okay, that wouldn't change my view about morality.
Oh, would it?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't change my in the sense of I would still think that it's harmful to.
Oh yeah. Okay,
people,
I see what you're saying.
I mean?
You wouldn't change your idea. Yes, you wouldn't change the idea of. Okay.
It wouldn't change how I act. It wouldn't change. I would still continue to treat people the same way.
Oh, of course.
It wouldn't change. So now it might change my view about God. It probably would.
Okay, that's what your question.
Yeah. So and it's not so much. I'm not trying to say that because this is different than God not existing. Like, is it possible to you that God and the concept of morality can be separated? I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what if it were demonstrated to you that God and morality are separate? Like, God just exists because God exists, but then morality is a human construct and it was invented by humans. And
So
it wasn't.
Okay, so the idea would
Does
have
that
to
make
go
sense?
with. The idea would have to go to yes. The idea would have to go to who God is, what type of God He is, and if this God is all He.
Because I'm
I get
asking
what
kind
you're
of a different question.
Yeah.
What if your concept of God was different than what it actually, you see what I'm saying? What if the reality of God was different than your concept of God? Like, what if you found out, oh, actually God is just these things, these characteristics, but morality is over here.
It wouldn't change my perspective of whether something is inherently evil or good, but I see what you're saying. It would change my perspective of where God created it or not. Because, like I said, I believe we can find truth and actually grasp it and understand it, or at least most of it. Obviously, we are finite creatures; we can't grasp every single thing. But I would accept whatever is true, as in like the reality we live in. I would accept that if God said, actually humans constructed morality themselves, that's what they did, I would be like, okay, cool. Then it wouldn't change my perspective on whether I should harm. Your perspective, like whether something is wrong or right, but it would change that like God created our consciousness for that reason.
So and so I guess from that perspective, is it possible that God could exist but in a different way than you conceive of it or perceive it? Like for example, and when I say God, I'm really using that term loosely. I get your concept of what you're saying, but you're asking a question that goes against the reality that, like, what if we find out tomorrow that we hooked up inside of a brain? Those are I said those are fun questions. Like if I find out I wake up tomorrow and I was in a computer program, then I would accept that I'm in a computer program. But until I could only observe what my conscious and what my the reasoning that I have been given based off that. If I woke up tomorrow and I found out I was a computer program, I would be like, oh wow, I was in a computer program. But those are very those are fun questions, you know what I mean? They're more fun, but they can get deep sometimes, Sometimes it can. See, this is different. Like, this isn't a debate, right? It's a I do. What if, right?
Anything is possible, but I still think we can observe the reality we live in. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
I think and you say I would like to give praise to you a little bit, because I went and tried to talk to Muslims and have a conversation with them, and other atheists and have a conversation with them, but they're more that they are 100. They don't admit. It's one thing to say, "Hey, this is what I know. Let me tell you." It's another thing to say when I ask a question and they don't know, but they tell me it anyways. You know what I mean? Like they hold on to something that they don't fully understand, but they say it and try to persuade me in an aggressive manner to believe the things that they don't even fully understand because they want to be right.
It
But
sounds like it's more about being right.
yeah, but I
Or winning the
appreciate.
argument.
Yeah, instead of actually trying to, have good reasoning and use our intellect and be understanding. The whole point of society to function is that we have dialogue.
Yeah, exactly. That's
And
exactly what this is about.
I just want to appreciate you on that real quick.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Here, I have a question. It's probably one more question, but it may turn into a couple, one or two more, depending on what you say. But okay, so as I said, I think I said to you earlier, I've talked to probably at least 100 people on TikTok about beliefs and stuff. So now, I talked recently a while ago to a monk, a Hindu monk. And he said, and the whole thing behind his belief is if there's a greater consciousness, and that you have to tap into that consciousness. And once you tap into that consciousness, you understand Hinduism is true. And he was 100% without a doubt sure that Hinduism is true because his personal experience, because he personally experienced this. And I asked him, kind of like what I asked you. I asked him a lot of the same questions. What do you think would you need to know to disprove your belief? And he's like, I can't think of anything. I don't think there is anything out there because I've experienced it directly. And he basically was like, he's like, just trust me, bro. You got to experience this. Once you experience what I experienced, you'll know. And so that's very interesting to me, right? Because here he is, and then here you come saying, "Yo, man, it's 100%, and it's because of this, this, and that." So
Okay.
you see what I'm saying? It's very fascinating.
No.
Because
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. Well, it sounded like him. He's like if somebody's on a drug and they have a trip and they're like, "Hey, man, you gotta try DMT. You have to."
it's
Like
almost
you won't
like that. Yes.
you won't know until you get it.
Exactly. That's exactly pretty much what he was saying. That's pretty much what he was saying. Yeah. You feel me on that, right? So
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm looking at is because I've talked to Muslims, 100% absolutely convinced. One dude even told me my belief is unfalsifiable.
Yeah,
And
that's
I'm like, wow, that's wild, right?
that is
I'm like,
wild.
wow, right?
Even I'm very certain of my belief, but to say that I do have doubts. I think any rational person would have doubts of
That's
certain
honest,
things,
man. That's honest.
especially you know what I mean. Especially something that
Yeah.
they can't, because we live in this world. So trying to understand spiritual things is very hard. There are some times where I grasp it and I see it, the spiritual, like in my consciousness, where I know this to be true. But to walk around 100% when we live into this world is and to carry that with me everywhere I go is very tough. That's why when I say I'm a Christian, it's because this is why I'm a Christian. Why I believe the God that I believe in is that the God that created the invisible God who holds everything together manifested himself in this the spiritual God who holds the spiritual and the physical world together manifested himself in a way that we can understand through his son Jesus Christ. That's where I don't believe that Jesus is just an idea or a concept. I believe that the physical God who holds everything together came down and walked among us to talk and speak the truth. And so
Okay.
yeah,
That's okay. I feel that. And so here's what the Muslim had to say about that, right?
yeah.
And this is a different Muslim because I've actually talked to several Muslims who were 100% convinced. And this different Muslim said, well, God doesn't exist in a physical form, so that's why he didn't walk the earth, but he created everything. And I was like, okay, well, then if that's the case, then if God created the universe and everything, then that means that God can interact with the universe, right?
That is
He's
so.
like,
That is yeah. That's rational.
Yeah, and I said, okay, then if that's the case, that means that we can find evidence of God. We can test for God, right? Well, no. I'm like, well, wait a minute. How can that? How's that possible? Because I know you said that God didn't come here and won't come here, but if God created the universe and interacts with it, that means we can find clues. We can find remnants. We can find like a vapor trail. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like we could find something that points us to that. And so I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like, we should be able to have like some type of tangible evidence that,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that we don't have to really sit under a tree and really parse this out.
Yes, yes,
feel me?
I agree. When I talk about people and the reality, we can see God through our observation. That's more for people who it's still hard to grasp the idea of God. But my end result would say that God came down, that invisible God that holds everything together, manifested himself in human form, and through his son Jesus Christ, and walked among us, and he chose Israel to use their, like I said, there's many things that I do not understand, and I still do research about other religions, not to persuade me away from Christianity. But if Christianity is true, which I do believe, then there is no fear of me learning other things, because it would align
respect that.
perfectly
respect that.
with the religion that I'm in, because I accept it
Respectable.
to be true.
Yeah,
And
it's respectable.
I have found that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and God in the flesh dwelt among us. We were living in complete darkness. Nobody knew where to go. Nobody knew where to turn. And so God came down as the light into this darkened world, and then we killed him. and then we killed him, and it reflects our human nature completely. Especially when somebody comes and says, "Look, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the light. No one goes to heaven except through me." We're gonna look at that man and be like, "Man, he's nuts. This man's crazy. This man's crazy." Which is very ironic to not say that he just be like, "Oh, Jesus was a good man who just spoke good things." I was like, to say that is to also say that man that you say that's good and that had good teachings also claimed to be from heaven and come down as the eternal Son of God, to come and teach y'all, to come and die for all of y'all sins, to show y'all the way, because everybody's looking for a way, looking for, where do I go here, where do I go here? Jesus was like, "Look, y'all don't have to go anywhere. I am the way. Come to me and I will show y'all the Father." And so God did manifest himself to us in a way that we can understand.
Yeah.
That's the God that I serve. So we
Okay.
he gave us a church. He said, "On this rock I will build my church," and the kingdom of God is like a mustard seed. And so he built the Catholic Church. There's other Christians that debate about that. That's a totally different debate. But I believe it's the Catholic Church, and just like the Catholic Church, it started off with one man, which is Jesus Christ, like a mustard seed. It's small, but it grows to be a big tree. It's started with Jesus, ended up with 12, created a church. The church went from Israel to Rome, to Africa, to Asia, all the way to the whole world. Now we have, eventually, it will be consumed by, just like a mustard seed, it's small and it grows. The kingdom of God is just like that. Started with one person and will be consumed around the earth.
Okay.
And that's why I accept the Christian God, which is
Okay.
Jesus of Nazareth.
All right. Well, you said some interesting things, so I do have a couple other things popped in my head. So one thing I would ask you is, what do you think your chances would be of being a Christian if, say, you were born in India?
That's I don't know. Those are things that I don't answer because it's a hard concept. Because, well, like, what would it be if I was a fish in water? You know what I mean? If I was in India, I believe that my soul would still belong to God, and God will call. I believe God calls everybody at some point, and people reject them. So whether I would be in India or not, God would have called me, and I would have to make the same decision that I make right now, whether I am here, in Africa or in Japan. He would still call, because he calls people to him, and so it would be the same thing that I would be doing now, whether I accept it or not.
Okay. And what would you say to somebody like a Hindu who said that to me? I asked a Hindu the same question, and they said, "Well, I'd probably end up being Hindu because it's the truth." Yeah. So
those are interesting questions. And I've talked. One thing that I wish also my fellow Christians would not be accept when they do not know, and I think that goes for all humans, that we would accept that we do not know certain things. And the Hindu,
yeah, that's fair.
the Hindu that said that, I don't think that's rational. So I would believe that God would call me, and I would make the same decision as to whether do I accept or do I not. If I was born in Muslim, would I be a Muslim? Would I accept the Muslims or would I not? That's a question that only God would know.
That's fair.
Because that's tough to say also, because there are atheists who grow up in an atheist household where atheists preach and they become Christians, and then there's Christians who grow up in a Christian household where only Christianity preach and they become atheists, and then Muslims where Muslims believe and then they become Christians. So it's you know what I mean? So maybe I would be Hindu, and I would like to have faith in God that He would call me, whether I was born in India or Japan or Africa. I would still believe that I would have faith. This is where faith is. I would have faith that God would still call me. There are certain things where you just have to have faith, because you have to have faith that evolution is real. You have to have faith that the Big Bang happened. You have to have faith that that your scuba gear would work when you go underwater. There's certain things you have to have faith for. There's just certain things that you would have to have, but you take a rational approach and say, is this faith rational? And I think a lot of Muslims have a faith that is rational. There's rational to believe in Hindu. There's rational things to believe in Muslims, but I think the complete rational thing, out of above all, would to accept that Jesus Christ is the Savior. And it comes from me, because there are some people who are just good people. You know what I mean? There are some people who that are generally good, that are decent human beings, that are better than others. I was not one of those human beings who was not decent in the beginning. That when I heard the gospel, it struck, and not just as intellectual as you can be. There are some things that are just so emotional that you're like, wow, this is your emotions.
It hit hard, huh?
It hits hard where you're like, I do need a savior. Like when when Jesus says that my sheep hear my voice, and another stranger they will not follow. I felt that when he says that he came for the sinners. I was like, for real? Me? You serious? Me, a sinner? This guy right here? And so there are some people who might think that they're too good, already too righteous, already too decent people to believe in Jesus. I'm just not one of those people.
Let me ask. Okay, man, you've said a few things, so I'm super fascinating, and I don't want to get too personal with you. So
no.
So I guess I'll just keep it at, because you did say, well, I wasn't leading a good life. Would that be fair to say? And then I heard the gospel, and then that changed me, or that. Yeah. So it sounds like you underwent a transformation. Yeah. And what if you met someone who similarly didn't lead a good life, whatever that means, and they underwent a transformation without God?
Yeah, that this is where the my rational brains. This is what I question with right now. Is I have come to conclude that Jesus is the way, the truth, the light, and I wrestle with the idea of what these other people are saying that they are. That if you proclaim that you are a good, decent person, it's a little scary to say that you are never committed a sin, never done anything wrong, that you never hurt anybody,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That I don't need forgiveness. I'm okay. I get scared with those people, but some people you look at their lives, be like, man, that's a fine man. That's a decent woman. That's a fine man that they're doing the right thing. That's where I'm like, man. That's where Christians, we either pray that they will come to Jesus, or that we trust God that if they are really a decent person and good person, they are looking for truth. I have faith that they would come to the knowledge of Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, I don't believe God's just gonna be like, nah, they're decent. You know what I mean? Like, I believe God's calling everybody at some point in their life, and it's our decision to listen.
Yeah. And I don't mean someone who has never done anything wrong. I'm talking about a person who, let's just say, you know, they were running running drugs, and you know what I mean, unaliving, stealing, all that stuff. You know, they were running the streets. Let's just say it like that. They were running the streets.
Yeah.
They were running their game in the streets, right? And and then they underwent a transformation. Kind of similar to what you described, but the only element was that they didn't hear the gospel. It just dawned on them, hey man, this isn't the right life I want to live. You know, this isn't right. I don't want to hurt people anymore, or whatever. And they did it without hearing the gospel. Probably got a call. So wait for him to come back.
My bad. Yeah, I'm here.
No, all good. So yeah, what would you say to that? Like, what, you know, because it's a different path than you, right?
Yeah.
But they ended up in the same spot. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so maybe it's a better way to ask. What if somebody ended up in the same spot as you? They came from the same place, ended up in the same spot as you, just a different path.
But they didn't believe in Jesus, right? That's what you're saying. They have put these morals, and something would have had to have happened, right? Or they would have had to realize something for it to be a dramatic change like that.
Yeah, maybe it was,
maybe they had a kid and it changed their life a little bit.
Maybe they got pew-pewed and they ended up in the hospital and they had time to think. You know what I mean? Maybe they did. Yeah. Maybe they got sent to the pen and they just had time to think. You know what I mean? And they were just like, okay, this isn't the life I want to live. This isn't. I want to help people. I want to do this. I want to do that. They just changed.
Yeah, you know, those are questions that I don't have, and God knows their heart, and like I said, honest, I think God would call them, and God meets you where you're at. God doesn't expect you to go to Him. God meets you where you're at. So if they've never heard the gospel before, right? They've never heard it, but and this is also the Catholic view. They've never heard it, right? And they did a transformation and they repented of their sin or so-called whatever they did. And God is just and God is good. God will honor that. I like to believe so because that's also the Catholic view. But if I was to give them the gospel and show them who Jesus was, and they have come to the truth, and they have rejected it because of, I don't know why you would, if you're trying to change your life and come and you have somebody who offers forgiveness and claim to be God and says you could come sit at my table, and it's very good. The gospel means the good news, right? And they've rejected it. That's a whole different story. But like I said, only God knows these answers. Only God knows what's on people's hearts. So those are answers I wouldn't be able to give.
That's a fair question. That's fair. And by no means without trying to trap you. I know I ask trapping questions sometimes.
No. It's a good question.
Yeah. So I guess so the last thing I want to ask you was, and then you can ask me some questions if you want. So the last thing I want to ask you is, so let's just kind of go back to the Hindu example. So there's you and Hindu, and you're telling me everything you're telling me here, and Hindu's telling me everything he's telling me, and 100% convinced. And also, because you did mention something about Jesus walked the earth, right?
Yes.
And my understanding from talking to Hindus in the Bhagavad Gita, they have kind of the same thing, that their gods walk the earth with people.
Yes.
And that's how they know, right? Oh, you've had a conversation? Okay.
No, I've looked up Hindu because I was very interested on
okay,
their religion. So
Okay.
their god was, I think, was Krishna or Krishnu
Krishna.
or
Yeah,
Krishna.
Krishna. Or maybe
What-
Vishnu, one of the two. Yeah.
Which, because
I
when I
don't know
heard
which
that,
one.
I was like, wow, that it struck me. I was like, huh, that's interesting. That would contradict a little bit what I believe in. I need to do more research.
You gotta look into that. Okay.
Yeah, and so what I've learned was that the writings that they have were documented about that their god rose from the dead, or their god came down to earth, was written about 400 years. No, I think I'm lying. I think it was like 1,000 years. They wrote it down after the event happened. So that would be more of oral tradition passed down from 400 to 1,000 years, right? So that's not a reasonable argument for me. Christianity, we have the documents of people who claimed that they saw Jesus, that they touched him, that they saw him risen up from the dead. So that were all written in around the 1st century. That's a good
It's like what, 40 to 70 years after or something like that?
yeah. So that's
Somewhere
a
around there, yeah.
yeah. That's a good reason to say it's either Jesus was this crazy man. Jesus was either a crazy man. All the apostles lied about their writings, or he was who he said he was. Those are really the only conclusions that I can think of that are rational to accept. Either he's crazy, the writers lied, or he is who he said he was. And those are the conclusions. The Hindu, because I did look into that and I thought it was very interesting. But their writings don't come until 400 to about 1,000 years after.
Yeah.
And I think other gods also have it risen from the dead. I think the Egyptian have a god that's claimed to rise from the dead, and it is also written 200 years after the event. And when who rose from the dead, it was about he rose from the dead, but he ended up in Hades. So there, it just seems there's only, I think, maybe one document, and it's all word of mouth. So those are interesting stories, but there's not enough evidence for me. There's more than enough evidence for Jesus.
Okay. So I guess what I'm gonna, my question is, if I've got all these folks that are 100% convinced that their religion is true, and so we got the Muslim who believes that Muhammad, ascended on a winged horse. We got the Christian who believes that Jesus ascended into heaven. We've got the Hindu who believes that their gods walk the earth, and so on and so forth. And so you make a case. Well, it's it was written this many years after, so oral tradition. Maybe things got lost in the translation. As things passed down. Gave a telephone, right? That old game of telephone. Maybe it's that. Maybe but it's like everyone kind of comes with their arguments and counter arguments, right?
Yeah. I agree.
And so how do I? Because not all of y'all can't be right.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I've wrestled with this idea also of
So what do I do? How do I figure out who's telling the truth? How do I figure out what's true? Like what would you suggest the method I would use?
you ask God, if you really exist, help me out. That's really I'm being serious. If you you don't feel, I've heard people say they pray and they feel stuff. That's awesome. I pray and sometimes I don't feel anything. It's just discipline, and that's where trust comes in. But that's where trust. That's if I say, God, look, if you're real, if you're real, show me. He doesn't have to I don't think God's gonna just be like, all right, and then move the TV and throw it against the wall, because that'll be pretty scary. And I've had this idea when I was young. I used to pray and be like, God, if you're real, show me and reveal yourself to me and help me out. But I've always had the idea is if he did, I would be terrified. I've always had the idea if all of a sudden he did show up, and then I would be terrified. But
F around and find out moment, right?
Yeah,
Sounds
yeah. So I just pray, God, if you're real, please guide me in the right path, God. I'm not gonna trust anybody. The Bible even talks about it, said, consider God true and all men a liar. That's one of my
Yeah.
favorite verses. Is
Okay.
so when you pray, it's just like, God, look, if you're real, not the God, not the Christian God, not the Muslim God, the Almighty God, if there is a God that created the heaven and the earth, that did all these great things, that is the one and only. Please show me and reveal yourself to me in a way that I could understand.
I
So
guess
it would have to come down to prayer. If you can't trust man's interpretations, which I don't think you should trust most men's interpretations, it would come down, if God, if you are real, reveal yourself to me in a way that I understand.
Well, then it kind of keeps me in the same dilemma. So I'm still struggling. And, this might be like a trapping question again, and I don't mean to trap you. So, but it kind of puts me in the same dilemma. What doesn't it? Like if it comes down to, okay, well, I got to pray to God. But how do I tell if it's just my brain coming up with the answer versus God giving me the answer? Like, what if my brain says, I pray to God and it's Hinduism. That's the real one.
That's why that's why the prayer is like in a prayer that reveal yourself in a way that I can understand. You know what I mean? Like that you could understand, that you wouldn't be off the fence, that you wouldn't be, because if you saw an hallucination, you would be like, oh, because I thought that too. I was like, if I used to pray that, like, hey God, please show yourself in a way that I understand. But if I saw it, I would either be super terrified or my skeptic mind would think I was hallucinating. Some people, it is enough. You know what I mean? Some people, I've heard countless miracles that I am very jealous of. That is like, wow, that's supernatural, and they have eyewitnesses to prove their miracle. And I'm not a skeptic. I'm a skeptic, but I'm not denying their thing. I'm just like, that's a way that God revealed himself to go with Jesus in a way that they would understand. I'm a more intellectual. I would need it in a way that I would understand. And I have concluded that God has, because I appreciate you talking to me, saying that I would speak well. That's been my prayer for a long time. It's because I was in remedial classes. I had a stutter. I had a...
Really?
Yeah, very much so.
Wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything.
I know. I praise God.
You speak very well.
I made it very. That was very my prayer, because I've always been jealous of people who were intelligent. So I've always been like, God, please, like, I do not see things clearly. Like, my reality is just distorted. I know it's distorted because I'm just not seeing things clearly. And prayer works. When you, like, if you pray for a car, that's not what you really should pray for. But praying for wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, I think God always answers those prayers. We say, God, reveal yourself in a way that I personally can understand who you are. And this is where also faith is important. I think faith is a cornerstone of Christianity.
Okay. I think we're running out of time. Well, I am actually. But I would like to have another conversation with you on another day about
Yes,
faith.
sir. I'm gonna follow you.
Please do. And yeah, so I'd love to have you come back and we can talk about faith, because that would be a great conversation too.
Yes, sir.
Because yeah. So I mean, we've had a great talk. I think we have.
I think we had too, man. I really do appreciate you.
Oh yeah. And speaking of which, I think my lady joined the live, so I think that's my cue. It's time to go.
Awesome.
It's time to go.
Yes, sir.
But man, Christ Wisdom, great conversation. And how did this compare to your expectations?
Really good. I really enjoyed the dialogue. It helped me understand that there are people who are asking genuine questions and being genuine. It seems like you're on the fence in a way. I think you're a good guy, man. I do. I think you're a good guy, and that's what I've concluded, is that you're a good guy and you're asking real good questions.
Well, good, man. I appreciate that. And likewise, I think you're a good person. You have good intentions too. And so, and that what I appreciated the most is your honesty. And, and you made some really, really good points, caused me to kind of reflect too. So, I enjoyed it overall.
Awesome. Good talk. I'll
Yes,
see you another time. God bless you.
definitely.
All right.
Christ willing. All right, man.
Yeah, awesome. All right, be safe, be safe.
All right. Have a good night. All right. Yeah. Lodge Tales. I know I said I'd get to you, but family calls. But thank you for following me. So next time you see me, jump in and I'll bring you to the top. I'll bring you to forefront. I'm going to write down your name too. Lodge Tales Podcast. Because yes, I would love to talk about Native American beliefs. I would love to, because I never have, and it would be amazing to talk with somebody like that, man. So appreciate that. And anybody else who was in the queue and wanted to, yeah, please follow me. And also, I have a Discord in my bio. So actually, yeah, there are a lot of after hours conversations happen there. So, consider joining my Discord. One of my other folks who follow me suggested I started it. So it's pretty small now, but we do get into conversations like this. So feel free to join that too. But I appreciate you all hanging with me and watching me talk. So I appreciate it. All right. Have a good night, everybody. And we'll see you soon. Bye.